platform, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Speaker mic platform, can you hear me?
We can hear you on the platform.
Thank you.
So you? Yeah, I would. You and all your changes in the last minute. Yeah, it's one of the years. Come here. I haven't looked otherwise, but I'm going to bring one, don't worry. No, it is coming.
They cannot cancel down things from coming.
Let me get our rulings.
Dazu?
Recording in progress.
Speaker of. Oh.
Indalo umakoti angakafiki.
We are folk. Madam, go say a folk.
Hay, ngathi ngapho.
Phansi. Yimi. Yimi.
The House Chairperson.
Good afternoon, honorable members. There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honorable members, you will recall that during questions to ministers in the governance cluster, certain questions directed to the minister in the presidency stood over in terms of Rule 144(1)(a). These questions will be taken today in terms of Rule 138(5). Consequently, an additional 30 minutes will be added to today's question time for this purpose, as provided for by the rules. Lastly, I would like to announce that on today's question paper, there are questions which have been transferred from written to oral reply in terms of Rule 146. Consequently, an additional 30 minutes will also be added to today's question time for this purpose, as provided for in our rules. The only item on today's order paper is questions addressed to the ministers in the governance cluster. There are 4 supplementary questions on each question. Parties have given an indication of which questions their members wish to pose a supplementary question. Adequate notice was given to parties for this purpose. The members who will pose supplementary questions will be recognized by the presiding officer. In allocating opportunities for supplementary questions, the principle of fairness, amongst others, has been applied. If a member who is supposed to ask a supplementary question through the virtual platform is unable to do so due to technical difficulties, the party whip on duty will be allowed to ask the question on behalf of their member. When all supplementary questions have been answered by the executive, we will proceed to the next question. The first question has been asked by the Honourable Mkhize to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The question is about whether administrators are screened to ensure that they are fit for purpose, given that dysfunctional municipalities that are placed under administration in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution end up employing such administrators, ultimately defeating the purpose of their deployment. If not, why not? If so, what is the process of their vetting, including the requirements they must meet to qualify for appointment? I've been informed that the Deputy Minister will be answering questions on behalf of the Minister. I now recognize the Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and a very good afternoon to ministers, deputy ministers, and members of parliament. The screening of administrators and provincial executives representatives includes the verification of qualifications, and that is vested in the provincial executives as the authorities that appoints administrators or provincial executive representatives. The minister can only make recommendations to the provincial executives to appoint person or persons with good credentials, qualifications, and as well as experience in the sector. Unlike the appointment of the municipal managers and managers directly accountable to municipal managers, the current legislation does not place any obligation on provinces to supply screening or related information to the minister prior to or while the appointment of an administrator persists. Thus, the minister will not ordinarily be aware of cases where administrators end up being employed as senior managers in the same municipality where they would have been deployed to intervene and help with the stabilization of those municipal institutions. The department in this regard, in responding to this situation, has developed the Intergovernmental Monitoring Support and Interventions Bill, which we call IMSI Bill, which is undergoing parliamentary processes. The purpose of the bill, amongst others, is to provide for the appointment of suitable administrators and provincial executives, representatives by the intervening provincial executive authorities in this case. The IMSI Bill, House Chair, requires that a list of persons who are eligible to be appointed as administrators or provincial representatives to be compiled and published in the Gazette. These persons must have, therefore, minimum skills, expertise, competencies, and as well as qualifications. This legal framework provides a basis for an obligation to make sure that as we move forward, any other person to be appointed in this regard as an administrator would have to meet without any failure the above mentioned framework requirements with regard to their skills, expertise, and as well as qualifications and competencies. I thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Mkhize, you have the first opportunity.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. May I just on behalf of our committee also extend our heartfelt condolences to the African National Congress as well as the IFP on the loss of the two members, Honorable Munganga Kabashe as well as Honorable Sithole. May their souls rest in peace. Honorable Deputy Minister, before municipalities are placed on flagged as dysfunctional, there would have been a process that would have identified some early warning signs to indicate their impending collapse. So what measures does the department have in place to detect early warning signs of municipal collapse to avoid appointment of administrators, which then should be the last resort? So what are the measures to detect early before there is a need for intervention? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, thank you very much once more, Honorable House Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Mkhize, for that follow-up question. It is very correct that as we continue to do very close assessment of municipalities with regard to their state of affairs, we are able to detect the fact that based on the core pillars that constitute proper municipal systems around political leadership, governance, institution, finances, service delivery, and as well as community participation, we are able to detect that there are things that are not quite okay in terms of the functionality of those municipalities. But very importantly as well, we do have statutory reports that are issued in terms of Municipal Finance Management Act, where on a monthly basis, we are able to receive those reports through provinces. And on the basis of that, an assessment points to the fact that this particular or this cluster or this group of municipalities would be having certain problems. Equally important, we do have an annual report that we produce as a department, which is called State of Local Government Report. That report, equally important, it is able to show us in good time the areas of need, of challenges that would require very close interaction through varied interventions working together with provinces. Through our intergovernmental forums in the form of MINMAX, provincial coordinating forums of our premiers, the President Coordinating Committee, and many other forms of interactions, we are also able to receive the very same statutory reports that points to the actual state of our municipalities. And on the basis of that, we are able to assess the extent to which whether this given municipality or a cluster of municipalities constitute a particular categorization in terms of their functionality.
Thank
These
you,
are
thank you,
broad-
Deputy Minister. Your time has now expired.
Thank you.
The second supplementary question is to be asked by the Honourable Michalakis.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, you have indicated that the bill is still in the pipeline, but it has been for quite a few years, and I think that it might take some time for the bill to be enacted until we get to a point where we can make sure that administrators comply with a certain criterion. In the meantime, there are many administrators who are wholly incompetent. I don't know of a single intervention that has been fully successful. What is the department doing while we wait for the bill to be passed through Parliament to ensure that administrators are actually competent, or is it something that the department is leaving to the provinces to monitor? Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Very importantly, for us to be in a better position to respond to the situation of getting qualified and competent administrators to be deployed to municipalities is not only the function of COGTA alone. As I said earlier on, that to a larger extent, equally important provinces do have a responsibility to make sure that as they consider invoking Section 139 of the Constitution to intervene in a particular given municipality, that responsibility enjoins them on their part to make sure that as we collectively manage this process, we are able to look at competent and skillful individuals who will impact those localities quite successfully. I must admit as well that from the records that we do have situations where over a number of years, some of the officials who were deployed in those intervened municipalities would not have been able to actually impact those localities quite correctly. So we're reviewing basically on an ongoing basis, case by case, locality by locality, depending on circumstances, so that those of our officials who would have been deployed get some form of reinforcement. But of course, in some cases, we do take decisions to remove them so that we can have competent people who will impact those situations quite meaningfully. But as I said, above them all, a review of the existing areas that would have been intervened is what preoccupy our work at the moment, because it cannot take 4, 5, 10 years of an area having been identified for an intervention in terms of Section 139, and there's very little progress. So that area is basically receiving our attention as we move forward. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Trollip, the next opportunity is yours.
Thank you, House Chair. Listening to those responses reinforces why we believe deputy ministers are actually redundant. We've seen that there is a
Honourable Trollip, my apologies. Won't you just bring the mic slightly closer?
Thank you. Listening to those responses reinforces why Action SA believes that deputy ministers are actually redundant. We have seen that there's a cohort of incompetent administrators, in inverted commas, that have become professional administrators despite having any success and who fail repeatedly. Two examples in the Eastern Cape, Enoch Mgijima and Makanda Municipality, have been under successive administrative interventions, as you say, for 4, 5, or 10 years, and no improvement whatsoever. In fact, they've got worse. Can you please tell this House about any one administrative intervention that has shown sustainable success? Just one.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
I'm not sure what this question has to do with the competence of a deputy minister or deputy ministers in the entirety of the system. I think the question is just misplaced in terms of that preface, I must admit. Very importantly, the point that I've indicated earlier on is that we acknowledge, and I don't want to be very unprofessional in my response to your political statement. You are just politicking without necessarily putting facts on the table that are very necessary. The point is, I have admitted that in some cases we do have situations where Section 139 would not have been able to meet the expected situation, and therefore we are reviewing on an ongoing basis the actual rearrangement with regard to the deployment of those administrators in some given cases. The point that you raised about Enoch Mgijima and as well as Makanda Municipality, we are on side in those areas of the province. And I can rest assure you, we may probably have to give you a full report of the work that we have done so far in Mgijima, Enoch, and as well as in Makanda Municipality. The problems that would have characterized the problems of service delivery and water in particular in Makanda were there in 2-3 weeks back, and we have been able to detect exactly that situation in terms of water-related issues did not necessarily require an administrator. It required some systems to be improved, and therefore the leadership of the council administratively to take very correct decisions in resolving what would have been regarded as a problem over a reasonable period of years. And we could detect that that was not supposed to be like that. And therefore, for me, as I say, we may have to give you an account of situation per situation and the work that we have been able to do so far with regard to this matter. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honorable Dugmore, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, House Chair. My point of order is that while the Deputy Minister is answering, the person who asked the follow-up question is busy interrupting him. I think that's rude and it's not acceptable.
Yeah, look, it is part of our parliamentary tradition that interjections are allowed. At this point, I didn't observe it to the extent where the minister was actually disrupted, I think, in either his thought process or his answering. Honorable Trollip, do you want to take that further?
Yeah, thank you, House Chair. Just on a point of order, I asked one simple question. The Honorable Dugmore said whilst he was answering, he didn't answer.
Yeah, no.
One simple question. Give us one example of success.
Thank you, Honorable Trollip. Honorable members, please do not try and get an opportunity to reflect on the quality of the answer. Those who view the proceedings also, I believe, are in many instances much more intelligent than us. So if there is to be a conclusion drawn from an answer, they will be able to do so. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Thring.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Deputy Minister, administrator vetting directly addresses the effectiveness of Section 139 interventions in municipalities and whether administrators are properly vetted before appointment. A Parliamentary Budget Office study found that many municipalities placed under administration struggle to recover, with some remaining under intervention for years, suggesting that the selection and vetting of administrators may be a critical factor in determining the success of these interventions. Now, can the Deputy Minister confirm if there is an independent standardized vetting process to assess administrators' track records in governance and financial management? And if yes, please give details. If not, would the Deputy Minister support a standardized vetting framework to ensure consistency across provinces and prevent administrators' conflict of interest? I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you once more, House Chair. I have indicated that there is a need for a legal framework, and therefore the IMSI bill that I have referred to provides an obligatory framework legally once it is enacted into the law by Parliament, so that as we move forward into the future, because that area has been identified as a weakness with regard to the processes of managing the interventions, but equally important of getting proper screening, proper vetting, but above them all, meeting all those necessary requirements as a legal obligation that would have been well articulated in a piece of legislation. That part I have responded to quite properly, and I suppose the honorable member might have understood that part as well. But related to that, the review that I'm referring to, which we are basically undertaking, is the fact that in the past, we used to appoint an individual as one person, an administrator, to move into a municipality, work with a huge pool of officials who are expected to support that person to turn around the institution. At the moment, we are not just appointing an individual, but we are putting together a team of officials that are led by an administrator so that they can be in a better position to work together collaboratively and collectively share their experiences on the basis of the task at hand that they are supposed to be performing in a particular given municipality. That is the second point. The third point is that I fully acknowledge the fact that we cannot deploy or assign an official to a municipality if that person does not have the know-how, is not an expert on matters of finance, on legal issues, on institutional development, and therefore that would be a very wrong basis. And I don't know of any of such an official who has been deployed by any of the administrative functions in the government to a municipality without possessing
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
necessary requirements and qualifications to impact those areas of intervention. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. Honourable members, question number 683 has been asked by the Honourable Lawaskagni to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The question is about the concerning trend where senior officials in local government, while facing disciplinary hearings, resign and subsequently secure positions in other municipalities. What measures have been implemented to establish a comprehensive register to track such individuals and prevent their reappointment in the public sector? The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you once more, House Chair. The mandate of the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, insofar as it relates to the establishment of mechanisms to prevent municipal officials who have been dismissed for misconduct or resigned prior to finalization of disciplinary proceedings from being re-employed in a municipality, is provided for fully in Section 57A of the Municipal Systems Act. It requires that the minister to prescribe different periods of expiry for different categories of misconduct, and also mandates municipalities to maintain a record regarding disciplinary proceedings of staff members dismissed for misconduct or who resigned prior to finalization of their disciplinary proceedings. Municipalities are then required to submit this record to MECs responsible for local government on a quarterly basis, who are then required to submit the same report to the minister. The minister, therefore, is required to maintain a record of all staff members that have been dismissed for misconduct or resigned prior to the finalization of the disciplinary proceedings, and which record must be available to municipalities as prescribed. Details are prescribed in Regulation 18.4 of Local Government Regulations on Appointment and Conditions of Employment for Senior Managers of 2014 as it was promulgated. The periods that expires before a person may be re-employed in the municipality or Honourable House Chair range from 10 years for financial misconduct, to 5 years for misconduct involving elements of dishonesty or negligence, or to 2 years for breach of conduct of the municipal code of conduct for staff. When municipalities conduct screening or shortlisting of candidates, they inquire from the department if such candidates appear on the records maintained by the minister or not, and subsequently inform whether such persons do appear on the record or not. And therefore, when they take decisions with regard to employment, they are guided by such a record. I thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, honourable members. I've been informed that the Honourable Michalakis will take charge of the first follow-up question on behalf of Honourable Labuskaghni in accordance with Rule 137. Honourable Michalakis.
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable Deputy Minister, we know that despite the legislative requirements that you've just indicated, these officials who have resigned or been dismissed still get recycled in the system. What measures are you taking as the department to act against municipalities that fail to consult the register or just ignore it in their recruitment process? Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Municipalities, in terms of the Constitution, they are a sphere of government. They have assigned functions as per the schedules of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. And therefore, in terms of Section 195 of the Constitution, they are expected to comply with the fundamental values of the public service and administration, including its own principles. As we provide this register, as we provide this information, as and when they require and ask for it, so that they can take appropriate decisions with regard to the employment of these officials, we believe very strongly that those municipal leaders, administratively and politically, should be, and they are in many instances, responsible enough to understand that a person who would have been charged, who would have ran away from a particular municipality based on their cases, cannot therefore then become part of their own institutions. We strongly believe that they should be able to take those decisions based on integrity and understanding that these officials would not necessarily be of any assistance to them. So we take note of the fact that if such an administrative act could basically happen or take place in our continuous interaction with those municipalities, in those different platforms that I've referred to, we are able to basically point at such eventualities, and they can be in a better position to reverse such if they do exist. And if there are instances where honorable members are aware of such cases, we welcome those reports. We can be able to follow them up with the affected municipalities and get to understand how would they have arrived at the decision of an official who basically would not have deserved to be appointed on the basis of the past administrative problems related to performance and other disciplinary matters. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. Before I proceed, Honourable Mahlatsi, why do you want to be recognized at this point?
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to establish if I can ask the Minister a question based on what he just said.
No, Honourable Mahlatsi, unfortunately, the opportunities to ask follow-up questions is pre-allocated, but I'm quite sure the Deputy Minister, once he's done with his first set of questions, will entertain you in the tea room, maybe.
No.
Invite him there. Thank you.
Chairperson, I don't want to go to any tea. We cannot listen, we cannot be misled here.
Yeah, no.
We cannot be misled here.
Honourable Mahlatsi, it's now not your opportunity in terms of the rules.
But I don't want to have tea. I want you to withdraw the tea.
Okay, I withdraw the tea. You can ask the Minister to meet you just outside. Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Nontenja. Honourable Nontenja, are you on the platform? If not, then we move on to the Honourable Taibosh.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair.
I'm in the House, Honourable Chair. My gadget froze.
Thank you. Honorable Taibosh, can I ask you to just stand down? Honorable Natenja, please continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, the municipalities have been failing to enforce mechanisms and integral protocols to consult the register before making appointments. What supportive measures has the department recommended to the municipalities to ensure that they are capacitated to conduct thorough vetting? Has the department considered the establishment of vetting field units to ensure that only credible and capable personnel are hired? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Honorable Deputy Minister, that would seem that's taking us back to the first question, but please feel free to answer.
Well, thank you very much once more, Honorable House Chair. I suppose the intention of the question is not to be too general, because out of 257 municipalities in the Republic of South Africa, it would not be correct to assume that all of them are basically, administering this process similarly. So it would be very proper that where there are problems, where there are experiences or references that honorable members do come across as they do their, parliamentary work in the entirety of the country, bring those issues to our attention so that we can be able to follow them up very closely. But like I have said broadly, that for certain things to be done legally and correctly, as part of us strengthening the system, we're putting in place the bill which I have referred to. That bill basically will be able to provide a regulatory framework and enforcement and undertaking in bringing into the system many other features which would basically strengthen public service and administration, and therefore make it very much impossible for municipal entities to take decisions outside what would have been suggested. So I think for me, it would be proper that such cases can be brought to attention, but broadly, municipalities do comply with the register as and when they basically make those appointments. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Taibosh.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Minister, in light of all the corruption and lack of consequence management at municipalities where employees simply resign to escape prosecution, why do you further protect these employees by implementing a bill like the IMSI bill, which rather seeks to soften the blow and is more like an early warning system to perpetrators of corruption instead of instituting criminal prosecution? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
We do not protect any form of malfeasance or malversation, whichever way it takes, or whichever way it manifests itself in the public service and administration. And that is the reason why from time to time, SIU does its work in areas where there could have been serious problems of transgression of the laws with serious financial implications. And those administrative processes by law enforcement agencies, they are at advanced stage in different parts of our municipal system. And of course, there are examples of what would have happened as part of implementing their recommendations. I think that part would not be correct to suggest that the department is unable to deal with these matters working together with state-owned entities, in this case, SIU. That is the first point. The second point is that part of the reason why this IMSI bill is very important, there's a principle in law that has got to be pursued without any failure, and that is continuous accountability. And these officials who commit administrative action that results in disciplinary cases on their part, wherever they are, if they resign, they think that that case will be closed. So part of the processes that we're putting in place through this IMSI bill is to strengthen that principle in law of continuous accountability so that a person, even if he would have resigned from the system, that does not necessarily suggest that if he took decisions with serious implications, those cases can just disappear like that. So crime and corruption are matters that we stand very firm in our resolve to fight those issues within our system of government in our municipalities. And therefore, we cannot accept and therefore tolerate any form of mismanagement that relates to crime and corruption, and therefore malfeasance, whichever way it takes place or manifests itself as part of our system. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Swart, you may ask the last supplementary question.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP appreciates the response regarding the registrar. As we know, there are many concerns about the state of local government with many municipalities, as the AG's report indicated last week, in a deplorable financial situation. And this can be partially attributed to officials who have been or are facing disciplinary action. Chairperson, Minister, in addition to the issue of reappointment of disciplined officials, the lengthy time taken to finalize disciplinary actions is extremely concerning, with officials often suspended on full pay. What is being done to expedite these hearings and to ensure that officials do not sit at home while doing nothing on full pay whilst citizens suffer poor service delivery? Thank you, House Chair.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, I suppose the honorable member agrees that it's very important for us to undertake this process in the manner in which he articulated. But obviously, there would be very serious limitations on the side of our minister or the department nationally to want to interfere in processes of disciplinary processes. We also take note of the fact that in many instances, or in most of the time, those processes do take a longer time. But unfortunately, there's no way in which we can come in between those processes because they are regulated by the statutes of the Republic of South Africa, which were passed by this parliament. And therefore, we've got to honor, we've got to be very patient as and when such a case administratively is taking place until it reaches its logical conclusion. But what matters most is for us to be able to put very firm systems in place that will basically, prohibit and make it very difficult, if not impossible, going forward into the future for such possibilities to be characterizing the local government system as we move into the future. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, question number 675 has been asked by the Honorable Sompa Masiu to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The question is whether, noting that the state of municipalities continues to haunt service delivery and the integrity of the state and public service in the Republic, and that when measures are implemented, emphasis is often placed on the role of senior managers and administrators, while leaving other contributing aspects to the mismanagement unattended. What role municipal councils have played in stabilizing municipalities in the Republic, and how the Minister's Department is enhancing the council's role to improve municipalities. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you once more, Honorable House Chair. The roles and responsibilities of municipal councils are clearly defined in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Section 151 of the Constitution vests both the legislative and as well as the executive authority of the municipalities and the municipal councils. And the municipality has the functions and powers assigned to it in terms of Section 156 and as well as Section 229. The Constitution further empowers municipal councils to make decisions concerning the exercise of all powers and functions assigned to it, and prevents the municipal councils from delegating some functions like the passing of bylaws, budgets, tax impositions, and as well as approval of loans. The municipal councils has executive and legislative authority over matters set out in Part B of Schedule 4 and 5 of the Constitution, including electricity and gas reticulation, municipal health services, water and potable water, as I said, domestic waste, and other related service provisions. In addition, a municipality must define specific roles and areas of responsibility for each political structure or political office bearers of the municipality and the municipal manager in terms of Section 53 of the Municipal Systems Act of 2000. These respective roles and areas of responsibilities may include the delegation of powers and duties and are aimed at ensuring that there is collective efforts and decisions that are taken at appropriate level. And therefore, stabilization of municipalities and the decisions to be made to perform their functions is a primary function of the municipality, mandated if not bestowed or enjoined by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. That is the first point. To address the issue related to enhancing council's role to improve municipalities, the department has introduced various interventions, including supporting and strengthening the capacity of municipalities to manage their own affairs, exercise powers, and perform their duties in terms of provision of Section 154 of the Constitution. Amongst other things that we have done was the amendment of the Municipal Structures Act, which included the empowering of the Speaker to perform additional functions to make sure that legislatively, in terms of committees, in terms of the functionality of the council, in terms of them taking appropriate decisions in the interest of their people, those matters do take place. The department also promulgated a code of conduct for councillors in regulations, which provides, amongst other issues, a prohibition of obstructive politics and unnecessary walkouts from their municipalities so that they can be in a better position to take decisions in their interest of their communities. And therefore, the Speaker's office, in terms of these legislative provisions, have been empowered to deal with misconduct, to deal with poor performance, but enforce the actual functionality of their own municipalities. We are also providing a legal framework to manage possible difficulties that results as a consequence of coalition management, which probably bring serious instabilities where we have already been able to see some of these matters. And therefore, the Municipal Structures Act, as I referred to earlier on, is a necessary legal framework that begins to want to make sure that politically, through councils and other related organs of council, these leaders, through their organized form as council, they can take decisions. All these measures, Honorable House Chair, that I have referred to above, they are designed to improve accountability, good governance, stability, and as well as service delivery at the local government level. Above them all, it is the function of the municipal council itself. We can only regulate and provide the appropriate frameworks, and those are the things that we have done legally in terms of the laws and framework to enforce them to do what is expected in terms of this question. I thank you very much once more, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Sampa Masiu, you have the first opportunity to ask a supplementary question.
Thanks, House Chair. Deputy Minister, reporting ena qetong ho ntshwa ke Auditor General. O hlahisa hore ka nnete ho bonahala hona le tshubuketso e ngata e tswang ke bana ba boradipolotiki le bomadipolitiki ba tshwereng dimasepala. Jwale o tholahale hore CFO le yena o iphitlhela a le mathateng wa hore o tshwanetse a petelle hore a patale di-payment tse leng hore di batla di suta batho bao. Jwale, noting these challenges, what measures should be put in place to ensure that the administration is well protected to do its work and that there is a professional and ethical complementary relationship between the council and administration? I thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you once more, House Chair. I think it is very clear that in an event, a municipal official take decisions with serious financial implications on the basis of political pressure, whichever way. Such an official is an accomplice to that illegal and unlawful administrative act, and therefore there shall be no ignorance to the law. Consequence management will have to be applied in that case. That is the first thing. The second thing, the Municipal Finance Management Act, Honorable House Chair, is very clear with regard to the prohibition of councillors as politicians in matters of supply chain management, in matters of interfering on issues of the functionality of municipalities. And therefore, the powers and functions have been well delineated, where it is very clear that politically, councillors are responsible to provide policy, they are responsible to provide oversight over their own municipal entities. In as much as, on the other hand, administratively, the law is very clear that officials are supposed to provide administrative support and leadership of those institutions, manage operations of the council, and therefore their relationships legally have been well defined. So it will be unfortunate if there would be an official who takes decisions on the basis that he or she is being forced to do those decisions. It will be very illegal because legislatively and legally, the roles and responsibilities have been well defined. The mandates have been well articulated by the law. So there is no confusion. So if there is a CFO or a municipal manager or any other official who takes such decisions, that person must face the full might of the law of his own municipal entity, because there's no reason or the basis for that. That is the third point, if not the fourth one. And finally, the code of conduct.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Unfortunately, your time has run out.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Michalakis.
Thank you, House Chair. Deputy Minister, despite all the capacity building exercises that you've mentioned, there are many municipal councils that are still wholly incompetent to do their job, especially in the field of financial management and ethical leadership. Would you agree that what is currently being done to capacitate them is therefore not enough? And if you don't agree with that, what would you say is the root cause of this incompetence? Thank you.
Very clearly, thank you once more, Honorable House Chair. I have indicated earlier on in responding to the other question that part of the analysis of our municipalities relates to the fundamental pillars which are listed. Amongst others, it includes financial management of our municipalities. And I would agree that out of the reports that the Auditor General releases on a continuous basis, those reports points to the fact that our system financially, in many ways than not, municipalities seem to be very struggling with regard to this area of their performance. It's a matter of concern on our side. And that is the reason why working together with National Treasury and working together with the presidents and working together with the Department of Water and Sanitation, in fact, what the president has put together as the IMC responsible for support and as well as intervention of municipalities. We are collectively and collaboratively as various departments, of course, ourselves singularly as COCTA, working very closely with Treasury because they do issue reports based on the assessment of municipal performance, on the implementation of the Finance Management Act. All those matters constitute an area of need for serious attention, a very close attention, and this is what actually makes us to spend sleepless nights because we finances cannot be properly administered in the interest of development and as well as service delivery, as articulated yearly by the findings of the Auditor General. That cannot make us to be very comfortable. So it's a matter of our preoccupation on a daily basis going into the future, and we are quite certain that with all the efforts and initiatives that we are putting together in terms of training, in terms of availing opportunities for these officials to go through a number of capacity building programs. Of course, working together with the South African Local Government Association, we are quite certain that this matter, as we are interested in finding solutions, we should be able to get solutions out of this
Thank you, Deputy
efforts that
Minister.
we're putting in place going into the future. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Honorable Mkalipi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Deputy Minister, how is your department addressing the challenges of senior management positions in municipalities being filled through political deployment, called cadre deployment, rather than qualified professionals, and what concrete steps are being taken to professionalize the local government administration? Deputy Minister, we are deployed as a cadre here. So how do you go to a meeting of the ANC and then being given a list to say, please employ these cadres? How do you say, no? As a deputy minister, I'm not going to say that because they are going to withdraw your deployment here. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much once more, Honorable.
Order, honorable members.
Thank you very much once more, Honorable House Chair. I think it will be very appropriate for the honorable member to provide evidence of where a decision was actually taken by hand in a meeting that so and so must be appointed. I think if such evidence can be provided, maybe it can be adjudicated on. My understanding is that officials are appointed in municipalities through selection and as well as in interviewing processes based on competencies, acknowledgement of the expertise, knowledge, and skills, and therefore based on a philosophical understanding of merits-based appointment of municipal officials. So meritocracy is the basis of our appointment of officials in municipalities. I think I appreciate the articulation of what he has said as a political, posturing than actual matter of essence at the municipal administrative level relating to employment of senior officials. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mkalipi, it's not an opportunity to reflect on the merits of the answer.
No, just Deputy Minister, there's a case by the DA who took you to court.
No,
on the
no,
case
no,
of
Honorable
development.
Mkalipi, you're now doing exactly what
You
I've
didn't ask
I've
for
asked you
evidence
not to
from me.
do.
So can you just
Honorable Mkalipi. No, we can't turn this into two-way conversations. Honorable Van Wyk, you have the last opportunity to ask a supplementary question.
Thank Chairperson, thank you very much. DM, how are the senior managers and administrators being held accountable for mismanagement of municipalities, the lack of service delivery in municipalities, and the damage of the municipality integrity? What consequence management has been implemented? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, thank you very much once more, Honorable House Chair. I think the question is very broad. It says, who and how are we dealing with the underperformance of municipal officials where service delivery and the integrity of those institutions is affected? And like I've said earlier on, that the implementation and the performance of municipalities in terms of the functions assigned to them by the Constitution is the responsibility of those municipal, councils themselves, as categorized in terms of leadership, because the legal framework that exists from the MFMA and as well as the Structures Act, it does to a large extent articulate who's supposed to be doing what to ensure functionality and performance of those institutions. And therefore, we do expect that municipal leaders politically in the main, because they are supposed to provide oversight over the functionality of their own institutions, deliver services because they are the ones who are elected by constituencies, and therefore they go into councils to represent the interests of their own electorate. So those who do not make them to meet the obligations of their own political manifestos as they stand to represent those communities, they should be able to hold their own municipal administrations accountable very seriously. But be that as it may, as I said earlier on, that through those statutory reports, those mechanisms that are in place, we are able to see that in this particular municipal institution, something is not quite okay. And in our close engagement administratively through varied mechanisms, either through National Treasury, through MINMEC, through PCFs, but also through us singularly as a department, we are able to make a sense that these type of situation is totally abhorrible and therefore unacceptable. Service delivery has got to be provided, notwithstanding the fact that in many parts of the country, of course, municipalities, as we speak, they are struggling and communities are fostering differently in terms of their discontent on the performance of their own municipal entities. Thank you very much once more, Honorable House Chair.
Honourable members, question number 701 has been asked by the Honourable Sali to the Minister of Public Service and Administration. The question is whether, in light of the Minister of Finance's budget speech of the 21st of May this year, what the current estimated total cost of ghost employees and suspended employees are on the payroll of government, and what work has been done prior to the budget speech to recover funds lost due to the payment of fraudulent salaries. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The total cost associated with the ghost employee phenomenon has not yet been determined. This course will only become known once a comprehensive employee verification. Sorry.
Honorable Minister, yes,
I'm sorry.
please, if you could speak up slightly.
Sorry, House Chair, I was saying the total cost associated with the ghost employee phenomenon has not yet been determined. This cost will only become known once a comprehensive employee verification process across public service has been completed and the financial implications accurately calculated. However, the Department of Public Service Administration and National Treasury are jointly leading this exercise, and once the report is finalized, it will be shared with the relevant parliamentary committee and this House, of course. But as far as the estimated total cost of employees on precautionary suspension on government payroll, as at the end of the fourth quarter, that is 2024-25, it is 50,945,064 for national departments and 90,469,562 for provincial department, as reflected through the Millennium Forum of South African Director Generals. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Sali, you may ask the first supplementary question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Minister. As ghost workers has been an ongoing battle for decades and millions has been lost yearly to these criminal elements, we urge the Minister and all relevant departments to ensure an audit across the government and to provide frequent feedback on findings surrounding ghost workers, prosecution of and recovery of funds from these entities. I thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I think that was a comment which we welcome, that indeed we are going to do a thorough investigation to these matters. And once a report is prepared, as I've said, it will be brought to this House. Thank you.
Thank you. The second opportunity is that of the Honorable Ndamas.
Thank you, House Chair. The public service is often accused of being bloated, while at the same time struggling to meet the demands of the people. What is the overall impact of ghost workers? In which departments are they mostly found? And whether the department is aware of how ghost employees get into the employ of the state? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. Yes, it's often said that the public service wage bill is too high. But we are of the view that that's not necessarily the case, because you do have many what you call vacant posts in the department, and many departments are struggling to even employ because they have a shortage of staff members, because the government cannot afford to pay their salaries. So the issue of bloated public service wage bill is not necessarily the case. But we do appreciate the fact that we view that as such, because our economy is not growing at the rate that it should. So the challenges of our stagnant economic growth, therefore, has a bearing on the expenditure on the part of public employees. As related to which departments in particular are affected, as I said, that we do not have the stats on hand as we speak now. Hence, we are doing a thorough investigation. Once that report has been finished, we'll be able to give a member to say which are those departments that are culprit in as far as ghost employees is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ghana.
Minister, let's just call it for what it is. There's nothing called a ghost employee. There are public servants who earn more than one salaries, who give themselves more than one salaries. That's what it is. I think we need to call it like it is. But let me go to the question. Are you considering to attach cost orders to managers who are trigger happy, who are quick to suspend public servants that don't deserve to be suspended?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I will start by saying, yes, indeed, as a department, when it comes to managers who simply suspend employees willy-nilly, we have come up with a directive that says, whenever there is an employee that is alleged to have committed a particular offense, instead of suspending that person and continuously get a salary, that person must be transferred to another department or unit. That is one way of trying to make sure that we don't pay money to people who don't report to work. But in terms of the other question that says there are employees that are earning more than one salaries, I'm not aware of that, and maybe the member can help us with that information and we can investigate. But of course, we are really concerned about the wastage in government, and we're putting all systems in place to make sure that we close those leakages. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Dana, you may ask the last follow-up.
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable Minister, good afternoon. Cost containment with regards to the public service wage bill must indeed be a priority, and we welcome all efforts in that regard, the efforts that you mentioned with regards to the ghost workers and suspended employees as well. But as far as these efforts go, I would like to know, has your department considered or assessed the feasibility of implementing a redundancy audit to identify redundant posts within the public service in order to streamline the public service wage bill and the public service and to reduce costs in that regard? Thank you, House Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I appreciate the question from the member. Already, as the department, we are putting systems in place to make sure that we deal with issues of redundancy. That is why when there is a vacancy in any department that needs to be filled, before that particular department does so, they must first consult the PSA so that we look into whether or not there is a need for that particular post, or if it means that they redefine their organogram, and also consult with National Treasury to see that there are funds available so that we prevent departments from employing people for posts which actually do not add any value into the system. We are doing that. Thank you. And we're going to continue strengthening all our systems to make sure that we are up to date in terms of dealing with the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, question number 676 has been asked by the Honourable Mngweba to the Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. The question is whether, in light of the President having recently launched the second phase of Operation Vulindlela and outlined priorities that are estimated to contribute to the 3.5% gross domestic product growth by 2029 that is foreseen and forecasted by the Bureau of Economic Research, which is 1.5 percentage points higher than the baseline projection, what role will her department play to ensure that Operation Vulindlela unleashes its potential through reforms to enhance the efficiency of network industries and enhance local government? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, and good afternoon. As we are all aware, of course, Operation Vulindlela is a joint initiative between Presidency as well as the National Treasury. And this, of course, has been put in place by the President himself in order to accelerate implementation of structural reforms and support economic recovery. As we know, reforms in their nature, of course, takes a very long time. For example, our department have gone to China to go and look at how they implement their own reforms. And it has been proven that indeed it took them almost 40 years to actually be able to deal with reforms in the way that they are. However, at the moment, of course, this initiative that has been taken by Presidency and Treasury, of course, aims to ensure that we do come up with modernization and framework for the network industries that are able to assist us to be able to deal with the economy. In those, of course, we look at, or the Operation Vulindlela looks at the industries, network industries, such as the ones that are in electricity, water, transport, and digital communication. Of course, our department plays a role of ensuring that we do monitor the implementation of such initiatives, most especially ensuring that there's alignment between what Operation Vulindlela is doing, as well as what industry that are being looked after by certain departments, that are sector departments, of course, are actually aligned in what they do. For example, in the next coming 2 days, the Deputy Minister in my department will be doing a frontline monitoring at the port of Durban, as well as in Richards Bay. And you will be doing that, of course, with the Deputy Minister of Transport. This is one of the ways that we ensure that we do deal with what is necessary. Of course, because we haven't really been able to achieve some of the targets that we have put out for ourselves, the economy, and not only in South Africa, the economy hasn't really been doing well. And we've seen that also happening internationally. That is, of course, informed by global challenges that we are facing, but of course, some of the challenges that we have in the country. We have then now been able to put systems in place to deal with the targets that are being set out in the MTDP to ensure that there is success as it relates to some of these initiatives that are being put in place. We will do that, of course, and we have continued to do that through ensuring that the recommendation and the monitoring that we do with our quarterly reports is actually done in such a way that alignment with APPs as well as the MTDP will have to be strengthened. So that is one of the ways that we are actually ensuring that the modeled economic growth that was put in place and that we have put our MTDP upon is actually going to increase, and it will definitely be able to be implemented, although we are not the implementing agency. So where we are monitoring and we are assessing, but also strengthening and supporting some of this initiative that have been put in place. And we are going to ensure that public or private sector participation is also strengthened, because if you have to deal with network industries to be able to deal with the issues that has to make this success possible, private sector participation has to be encouraged. As a result, some of the targets that have been put in place in the MTDP includes that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Why do you want to be recognized?
No, Chair, I just want to check if the question is incorrect or is misleading. Can we question that? Because there's no operation Vulindlela that will contribute 3.5% to the.
No, that's
That's
an argument to be made elsewhere.
No,
Thank you, Honorable Member.
The question is incorrect.
It's not a point of order. Honorable Ngweba, you may ask the first supplementary question.
No, thank you very much, House Chair. And thank you to Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, how will the second phase of Operation Vulindlela focus on local government reforms and infrastructure development, specifically address the issue of incomplete infrastructure projects in different municipalities and different provinces? I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. As I've already said, of course, Operation Vulindlela is actually ran by Presidency as well as Treasury itself. Our role, of course, is to ensure that the targets that are put in place are actually measurable, but they are also implemented in order for success to actually be put in place. There is an interministerial committee that have been put in place to ensure that the initiatives that have been taken in terms of ensuring that the construction and the infrastructure development is actually taking place in municipality, is actually being able to be implemented in a successful way. Of course, that interministerial committee will also include ISA, which is Infrastructure South Africa, that is supposed to support some of this infrastructure development and implementation that is taking place in municipalities. We have already seen that the President have put in place a committee that goes to municipalities directly to ensure that we do support timeously and decisively as it relates to the interventions that are needed. And of course, that committee comprises, interministerial committee, comprises of different ministers that are responsible, in fact, as it relates to some of those things that are in the network industry that are necessary. As a result, we have been able to see improvement as we assess the implementation of the recommendation that comes from the interministerial committee. That includes provinces as well as municipalities, but also some of the private sector that are actually necessary to be able to ensure that we do what needs to be done. However, as we've already had, Treasury and the Presidency have already said that we would then now be able to put in place a unit that would look at infrastructure and spending as it relates to issues
Honorable
of
Minister.
Municipalities and all the other departments. Thank you.
The second supplementary question is to be asked by the Honorable Bergman.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Minister. Minister, I hear what you're saying, that we're not the implementing agent of Operation Vulindlela, but of course, as you would know, we are. You have the authority to monitor and evaluate. Now, considering that 66% of the municipalities are currently in financial distress and that 64 out of 257 are deemed dysfunctional, what specific mechanisms and timelines has the department put in place to plan, monitor, and evaluate the new approach and ensure that these municipalities, through their utilities, attain the necessary technical skills, regulatory oversight, and financial autonomy to deliver sustainable services? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. Through the spending review unit that will be taking, or what that will be put in place, of course, we will play our role better in terms of ensuring that infrastructure development actually takes place based on the plan and the budget spending processes. As a result, timeous interventions that are needed will then now be put in place because the review of the infrastructure spending as it relates to municipalities will already be in place. Of course, through the white paper as well that is developed, that is in the Department of COCTA, we are also playing a big role in ensuring that the measurable systems that must actually be adhered to are actually looked at as well. But through the DDM as well, we are able to measure through monitoring and evaluation if systems are actually put in place, but if coordination of those that are necessary to play a role as it relates to stakeholders is actually taking place as well. Therefore, through quarterly reports that we get and the biannual presentation that we made to cabinet, we are able to actually bring into a fast forward mode as it relates to the implementation and the timeous interventions that are needed from relevant departments such as the Department of Water and Sanitation, as well as Department of Energy, Electricity and Energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Buthelezi, you may ask the third supplementary question.
Chair, may I come in for Buthelezi? Seems he must be struggling with the network.
You're welcome, Honourable Member.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, what specific accountability mechanisms have been established to ensure that government departments and state-owned entities are held responsible for meeting the targets and set under Operation Vulindlela, including outcomes, of these reforms targets being made publicly accessible on a regular and transparent basis to allow for effective oversight by Parliament and the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
As I've already said, of course, the APPs of relevant departments, of course, are actually being aligned with what Operation Vulindlela will be doing. And from our side, we measure the performance of those particular systems that are put in place and the alignment of both the intervention by Operation Vulindlela as well as the implementing agency, which would then now fall under different departments. As we are aware, SOEs are no longer reporting into our department. However, they are with their line function department. As a result, we then now ensure that APPs of different departments, as I've already said, is aligned with the plans that Operation Vulindlela have already been able to put in place, and they have been adopted by Cabinet as a policy that needs to be implemented and measurable at the end of the day. So we do that through ensuring that through our DDM and our quarterly and biannual reporting to Cabinet, as well as our operation as it relates to Cabinet clusters reports, we do ensure that we bring alignment as it relates to all the other systems that have been put in place, but also what the MTDP has actually said needs to be done. And we do that by ensuring that the targets that are being put or set in the results framework of the MTDP are actually aligned with. If they are not aligned with, we are able to then now intervene to ensure that there are early warning systems to the departments that are responsible to ensure that whatever Operation Vulindlela is doing will actually be successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Maimani, you may ask the last supplementary question.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Minister. Minister, yesterday Stats SA released a report that said that our economy only grew by 0.1%. Now, having studied both the medium-term development plan of your department, it has and looking at Operation Vulindlela, it's become quite clear that last year, despite 12 months of fairly low load shedding, we only grew equally so by 0.8%. So, Minister, it's clear that it's not just constraints that are identified in OV that are limitations to our economy, it's other things. So I want to ask you, Minister, do you think that the government of national unity, with all of its ideological differences, is able to charter a bold, positive plan for reforms? And secondly, is there going to be any significant difference or departure from what historically has been ANC policy relative to the new government of national unity that's been put together?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maimani. The fact that we have a medium-term development plan that has been agreed upon by the 10 political parties that are in the government of national unity shows you that there is a clear commitment from all the stakeholders or all the political parties to work together to make South Africa a better place to live in. And of course, the fact that we haven't been able to grow by 3% that has been projected by the MTDP based on the modeling that we have partnered with the BER. We have then now been able to put systems in place, as I've already said, and through the Presidential Coordination Council and other systems that have been put in place, in particular by the President himself, that brings in all stakeholders, not only in terms of the relevant departments, but also in terms of private sectors, I've already said, and municipalities as well as provinces. We have put systems in place that continuously monitor and measure if there is a commitment, but also if there is growth as it relates to the implementation of what we have put in place. The spending review and spending unit review that I've already spoken about, that have been alluded to by the President and National Treasury as well, that we will be playing a role in, will also assist us to be able to measure timeously if spending as it relates to infrastructure development do happen. I do believe that through continuous and rigorous negotiations, we are going to be able to grow. But we must also remember that the economy is not only informed by what we do through reforms, but outside global forces, as well as what is happening globally, also affect how the economy grows. It is for this reason that economic growth and stagnation is also being seen in other parts of the globe as well. But the interventions that are put in place through DERCO, through DTIC and the President are actually yielding the fruits that we believe would be able to assist our reforms to be successful.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Members, question number 691 has been asked by the Honourable de Villiers to the Minister of Public Service and Administration. The question is whether, considering the recent presentation by the Public Service Commission to the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration, which highlighted the inefficient service delivery and questionable financial practices at the State Information Technology Agency, or SITA, as the monopoly service provider for information and communications technology services to government departments, what steps he has taken to free his department from the inefficient monopoly of SITA? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and thanks for the question. As it stands currently, the legislative framework governing the procurement of ICT goods and services by government departments is defined by Section 7(3), 4A and B of the State Information Technology Agency Amendment Act, number 38 of 2002. This provision therefore stipulates that departments who require to procure ICT goods and services must do so from or through the SITA. Therefore, causing this legal obligation, any attempt by departments to bypass SITA in the procurement of ICT services would constitute non-compliance with the applicable legislation, potentially leading to adverse finding by Auditor General. The department therefore continues to adhere to this established protocol as mandated by law. However, House Chair, we remain acutely aware of the concerns raised regarding SETA's service delivery and financial practices, as highlighted in the recent report by the Public Service Commission. In response, therefore, the department is actively engaged with all relevant stakeholders, including National Treasury and the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, to explore viable forms within the current legislation as to how we can address such issues. So these efforts aim to improve efficiency, accountability, and value for money in the procurement of services through SETA. Furthermore, the department also supports the broader public sector initiatives to review and modernize legislation and operational mandate of SETA to better align with evolving technological needs and service delivery expectations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable De Villiers, you may ask the first question in follow-up.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, thank you for your answer. We look forward to the department also using the new regulations that was passed by Minister Malatsi, which allows for applications for exemption of the use of SETA. But Minister, coming to my question, considering the President recently proclaimed a limited SIU investigation into SETA and the far-reaching service delivery issues of wasteful expenditure and that's come from this forced monopoly that is SETA, and especially in light of the many failed audits that has been produced by SETA, has the Minister considered reporting to the President, reporting SETA further to the President, and requesting that the investigation be broadened by the SIU to expose the financial misconduct that is resulting in serious service delivery issues by, and hindrance by the Department of Public Service Administration to deliver services? Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair, and thanks for the follow-up meeting. It is in our collective interest that we sort all the challenges that are found in SETA and to make sure that SETA is able to function optimally and efficiently. Because as we speak about building state capacity, that cannot be possible if the issue of technology and digital transformation is not part of the whole process, and also the artificial intelligence. Therefore, SETA is at the center of all our endeavors in as far as building a capable state and advancing service delivery to our people. Therefore, in relation to the question, yes, indeed, as I said, that we are working with different stakeholders, including National Treasury and the Presidency as well. If there are any issues that are found beside what we have seen currently, of course, we will not leave any stone unturned in as far as rooting up all these inefficiencies and corruption that is seem to be engulfing the entity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Tekana Kotiwe, you have been allocated the second opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister. In the 2025 State of the Nation address, the President emphasized the need to build an ethical, capable developmental state. The State Information Technology Agency is essential in capacitating the state and requires innovation to increase the impact. What measure is the department taking to ensure the entity, the Center for the Public Service Innovation, which is underfunded, yet it has a critical mandate to advance innovation in the implementation of the e-government strategy? Thank you, Honorable.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair, and from the Honorable Member. The Presidential Proclamation 47 of 2014, as we may all remember, moved the political oversight of SETA to the Ministry of Communications and Digital Technologies. This movement, therefore, limited us as the department to only policy making in this regard, which is norms and standard. Therefore, Minister Communication and Digital Technology is the one that is responsible to conducting SETA performance assessment and reviews so that they improve on their performances wherever it's necessary. I think, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matutu. The third opportunity is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Maling, I will take the podium for Honorable Matutu.
Please continue.
Honorable Minister, has your department explored any policy reform such as amending procurement regulation or revising service level agreement to allow department greater flexibility in choosing ICT service provided outside of SETA? If so, what are the key considerations and timelines for implementation? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. As I indicated earlier on that we are working very close with different stakeholders. Part of what we are doing is to explore the matters that the member is raising. And as a department, the Deputy Minister, Pinky Kekane, is the one that is specifically responsible for SETA. That on its own shows how much effort we want to put into the system to make sure that we solve these problems once and for all. Any reform that may be required through the process of assessing the situation cannot be stopped if that is in the best interest of improving the situation and advancing service delivery. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Ngobeni, you may ask the last supplementary question.
Thank you, House Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your response. This issue of the SETA has been ongoing for quite some time, and your response around legislation is welcomed. However, we do not believe that the people of South Africa can really be given the response that we don't have a choice with regards to SETA because of legislation. If in fact the legislation was to be amended, would your department support it, firstly? And secondly, can you just answer the people of South Africa in one sentence around what is it that is being done by the inefficiencies in the SETA, because it does affect Home Affairs, it affects government printing works, and it affects the services delivery levels for the people of South Africa who need services in terms of their IDs and their passports, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I believe that there is no legislation that we cannot afford as government if it's going to help us to address all the challenges that SETA is facing. We all agree across the department, because if you look at challenges in terms of technology, ICT and all that, the common denominator there is SETA, which actually poses so much problems in as far as the questions and the concerns that the member has raised. But still, I maintain the point that I've made, that we are doing all we can at the moment within the available legislative framework to address all these issues. But also, I think it's important, House Chair, that as government, we begin to move a little bit away from every time where there are challenges, then we come up with a piece of legislation trying to solve those problems, because in the main, these problems have nothing to do with systems only, but individuals who are entrusted with the responsibility to make sure that these institutions are well functioning and all that. So I think the issue of accountability, because you remember this report speaks to issues of financial mismanagement, that has nothing much to do with the system itself, but individuals presiding over those systems. Therefore, as one of our endeavors to try and solve the problem is to deal with those matters and ensure that accountability is enforced. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honourable members, question number 717 has been asked by the Honourable Mtetwa to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The question is whether he has found that the white paper on local government that is currently under review deliberately excludes and or limits the role of traditional leadership in the institutional arrangements of local government. If not, what is the position in this regard? If so, what are the reasons that the participation of traditional leadership in the specified structure is to be limited? The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you once more, Honourable House Chair. The 1998 White Paper on Local Government marked a significant milestone in the transformation of local government in the country, notwithstanding the inadequate details on matters of traditional leadership. Furthermore, provision was made for participation of traditional leaders in municipal councils in terms of Section 81 of the Municipal Structures Act. Of course, in consultation with the National House of Traditional and Quezon Leaders as part of the review of the white paper, they have indicated that these measures are not sufficient and that the role of traditional leadership in governance and development at the local level should be reviewed. We cannot, of course, expect optimal local government functioning if we fail to leverage sound working relations with the institution of traditional leadership. Chapter 12 of the Constitution explicitly refers to the need for national legislation to make provision for a role for traditional leadership as an institution and therefore integrate with local municipalities for matters affecting their own communities. This review, House Chair, provides an opportunity for us to identify mechanisms through which we can strengthen relationship between traditional leadership and Quezon leaders and municipal governance throughout the country. Effective collaboration between municipalities and traditional leaders is essential for inclusive governance, and by managing and strengthening this interface, we can ensure that our communities throughout the country, unique needs and aspirations are fully integrated into development. And therefore, the process as we undertake will most definitely provide policy and legislative answers and resolution to the pending matters of harmonizing relations between traditional leaders and as well as our municipal institutions. I thank you so much, once more, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mtetwa, you may ask the first supplementary question.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, when did you realize, is it then in 98 or in 2025, that the role of kings is limited? Because you have created a legal expectation which led to an opportunity cost. Is government willing to compensate the king for the loss that they suffered in 27 years because white people have benefited more in our time, just like Mr. Rupert and Oppenheimer, which you find in the book called South Africa Incorporated, Oppenheimer Empire. And these are the reasons why we are asking for our compensation. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you once more, Honorable House Chair. Like I've indicated earlier on, that we, through the implementation of the legislation to manage and create an opportunity of involvement, participation, and as well as involvement of traditional leaders within municipal institutions. If you look at Municipal Structures Act, reading it correspondingly with Municipal Systems Act, those provisions are made for participation and as well as engagement. As I said, notwithstanding the fact that there are serious limitations to the extent that the National House of Traditional Leaders and Quezon have already raised this particular matter. And therefore, the inadequacy or the challenges related thereto in the implementation of Section 181 of the Structures Act does not necessarily suggest the actual absence of a legal framework, but however, we acknowledge the constraints and challenges related thereto. And therefore, the primacy of the white paper remains very important, because that is the only policy document that since 1998 to date, 27 years into our democracy, it has been able to create the existing structures of municipalities and of course defined its system of governance. Going forward into the future, we are at one to agree, and I fully concur with what Honorable Mtetwa says, that it is important for us to create an objective platform of analysis, engagement, and decisions at the end of this white paper policy process, so that this long pending matter of harmonizing relations between municipal organs and as well as institutional traditional leaders can necessarily be attended to. But as it relates to the status and the role of the kings, I would suggest that that level of leadership of our people's answer in terms of this matter should not be related to a subsidiary, question. Looking
Thank you,
at
Deputy
their
Minister.
standing in society, it might be proper that we have a separate engagement on
Thank
the
you.
actual role and standing of kings in the Republic of South Africa, not make it a subsidiary.
Honourable
question
Deputy
itself.
Minister, your
Thank you
time
very
has
much,
expired now.
House Chair.
Honourable Maglatsi, it's your opportunity to ask a supplementary.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Now, given the white paper reviews admission on weak integration of traditional governance system and the continued marginalization of traditional leaders, what reforms will the minister introduce to institutionalize their role beyond advisory status within the local government decision-making, particularly in land use, integrated development planning, service delivery, and local economic development? Furthermore, how will the revised white paper address structural tension between the Western municipal model and the African system of authority to enable genuine cooperation governance in the rural communities?
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Well, thank you once more, Honourable House Chair. In responding to the member's question, I think it will be very appropriate for him to be part and parcel of the policy-making review process. Because seated here in this parliament at this point in time, I cannot presuppose what the people of South Africa are going to say by the 31st of March 2026, when we go back to the National Executive Cabinet to present a report on the white paper through our minister, as you'll be taking this report back to Cabinet. So all the points that the honourable member is raising, starting from land, starting from structural constraints, and the actual role of traditional institutions at the municipal level. Those are areas that are basically inadequate in the articulation of the current system and therefore the current white paper. So the reason why we're reviewing his policy process now is exactly for him and the rest of the country to respond to those areas that are listed in the questions in the areas of research and development, which will constitute chapters of the refined or the reviewed white paper policy process. So I want to invite him for a much closer political discussion, and of course as well take this policy paper out there to our constituencies, to various platforms, so that you can then feedback and say, this is what we're proposing in terms of structural constraints between these institutions and as well as municipalities. This is what we're proposing on how through integrated development planning and the actual spatial
Honourable
governance.
Deputy Minister, please just pause for a moment. Honourable members on the virtual platform, please remain muted until you're recognized to speak. My apologies, Honourable Deputy Minister, please continue.
I was saying that it will be very proper probably through those discussions to answer certain questions. How do we deal with matters of spatial governance, given space intensity use in urban areas, but also the need for land use and planning in rural communities? All those areas of policy, need. This policy process seeks to want to answer all those matters. And I think at this point in time, I will be out of order to want to presuppose that this is the thinking of the department when the policy paper.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much once more, House Chair.
Dr. Boshoff.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I would like to ask the Deputy Minister, would he agree that similar to African communities, other cultural groups may also have traditional communities entitled to traditional authorities according to their specific traditions to be accommodated in the South African governance framework? Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Okay, he raised a broad question, but be that as it may, there are legislative processes and frameworks that gets to be undertaken in recognizing a particular given community, and therefore subject the very same process to a much more closer scrutiny to validate the lineage, obviously, in determining the traditional leadership arrangement within those particular communities. So if there is a process or a given community that you know in the country that would want to be recognized firstly as a traditional community and therefore recognize its leaders to be part and parcel of the overall traditional leadership system in this country. And I think our department is more than open to have that conversation. But related to that, there are other processes that we are dealing with very closely on matters of the Khoi and the San community. Those processes are underway together with their leadership, together with their leaders. We are engaging very closely through constitutionally defined legal processes, but also at the government departments and as well as department and parliamentary engagement. So those processes are receiving our attention as we speak. And we're looking forward to the possible resolution of those matters so that those communities can equally important enjoy their standing in the South African society and therefore relate with their government as we review this white paper on local government. Those communities must also be closer to the process to participate so that they can influence the outcomes and shape its actual relations on matters of traditional institutions going forward. Thank you very much once more, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honorable Sali, you may ask the last supplementary question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, should legislation not provide for wards to have a traditional committee similar to a ward committee as a step to embrace chiefs and imams, which will involve sheikhs, Islamic religious scholars to play an oversight role on corruption and other irregularities? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
I suppose the question is much broader than local government system being redefined. There are issues that obviously would require Justice Department in that regard to define their relations and existence as individual communities. But to the extent that they are interested in existing as traditional communities to be declared, that is where as COGTA we have our own competence, I think, which we can be able to engage. And most probably for much more detail, because I'm interested in the details on that matter on behalf of our minister, we might have an audience with your good self so that you get more deeper analysis and understanding of the angle from which you come from. But within matters of redefining traditional communities and therefore determining which areas of our society qualifies to have a traditional system. That's basically what we do have a constitutional mandate and responsibility as the ministry led by our minister to be able to follow up on those matters. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Members. Question number 617.8 has been asked by the Honourable Tekana Kotkiwe to the Minister of Public Service and Administration. The question is whether following the recent oversight visit to the Northwest Province by the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration, which found evidence that tremendous efforts have been made to stabilize governance in the specified province, what steps has his department taken in rescinding the steps previously taken in terms of Section 100 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and to restore powers to the provincial administration? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair, and thank you also from the Honourable Kotiwe. As she understands that this is a long outstanding matter from May 2018, where the President invoked Section 101 of the Constitution of the Republic in Northwest Province, following widespread of unrest, community protest, and strikes that disrupted governance and service delivery in the province. Since then, there is so much work that has been done, as the question also take note of that, resulting in a sustained stability in governance, labor relations, and community engagements. Therefore, strengthening leadership, the executive and administration, these are the areas that we have, that has been improved through the intervention. Leadership in that particular province was strengthened, where executive and administrative governments were reinforced, including the appointment of director generals, among others, improved financial and audit outcomes, and also contract and ICT governance where irregular contracts were investigated and terminated. However, House Chair, having noted all the progress that has been made, the close-out report has not yet been served before a cabinet and the provincial executive, so that that intervention can be rescinded and powers restored back to the province. That is where the matter is, and we are trying to fast-track that process to ensure that the reports serve in the relevant structures so that powers can be restored back to the province. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Tikana Kotiwe, you may ask the first supplementary question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Minister, what have been the lessons or best practices so far learned by the department about Northwest Province? And how are these practices, if any, will enhance the overall performance of the public service? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
I think as far as the lessons that we have learned through this exercise is that firstly, a high-level governance is needed to oversee interventions in a more integrated fashion. And secondly, the issue of political oversight, which also needs to be strengthened, as well as political administrative interface to ensure clarity of purpose and also that delegated responsibilities are also clear. We have also learned that interventions of this nature require to a greater extent a project management approach where we also need to improve and enhance the implementation of solutions on specific challenges that have been identified. Also, we have learned the fact that any post-intervention to be sustainable, there need to be a strategic, what you call a plan, which will ensure that all the areas that were lacking, which has improved since the intervention, is sustained, so that once the intervention is removed, we don't have the situation where those institutions go back to where they were. Also, we need to regularize oversight systems to make sure that processes and turnaround strategies and operational issues are sustained. This is one among many lessons that we have learned. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Potgieter, you may ask the second supplementary question.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, in light of our recent oversight visit...
Honorable Potgieter, just pause for a moment. If it's for me, please take a message and then put the phone on mute. Honorable Potgieter, please continue.
Thanks, Chair. In light of our recent oversight visit, as well as our remarks in the committee with regards to the current over R1 billion corruption within the Northwest Department of Health, as well as over governance challenges that they're experiencing, I note that the final Section 100 report for health was submitted already in July 2022, and the entire draft report has served at both the DPME and the NCOP. Neither this committee, however, nor the Northwest Provincial Administration has received the final report. Minister, I note that you have made mention of the fact that this needs to be finalized, but I'd like to understand what the delay is in providing the draft report to the Portfolio Committee, as well as the learnings to the provincial government itself. It's evident that there are still learnings that need to be adopted, and that these, that things haven't changed that much since the intervention. It cannot be that more than 2 years later, they are still waiting on the recommendations from this report. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I think the delay in as far as tabling the report is concerned speaks to one area that we need to improve on as government, to make sure that once we engage in a particular project, as I said, that when we're addressing such issues from the lesson learned, that we need to have a project management approach where we put timelines to say this needs to be done when it must be done, so that we don't have gaps in as far as time to finalize all the other issues. And I'm committing to this House that we will try to facilitate this process to make sure that a report serves as soon as yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Malinga, you may ask the third supplementary question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Given that during its recent oversight visit to the Northwest Province, the Portfolio Committee of Public Service Administration observed that tremendous effort has been made to stabilize governments in the province. I would like to ask this following, Minister. What concrete steps has the department taken towards the rescission or review of the invocation of Section 100 of the Constitution in Northwest Province? What mechanism or timeless has been put in place to fully restore administrative and executive powers to the provincial government? Has any assessment been conducted to determine whether the province has met the minimum condition required for the withdrawal of national intervention? And if so, what were the findings? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much from yourself, Chair, and the member. I think the fact that we're speaking about an urgent need to table the report before the cabinet and also the provincial executive, and the number of issues that have been addressed through the intervention and lesson learned shows that the province is in a good state to take back its powers. And as I've committed here to say, the issue of delaying as far as finalizing the report and serving it in relevant, what you call platforms, is an omission which we need to fast track. And that's what we're going to do. But in as far as the operations of the province and all the issues that were actually of concern have been addressed, hence the stability in the province, and also services are beginning to be served to our people. All the other areas, as I said, that including issues of labor relations have been addressed. There's a healthy and good communication or working relationship between labor and the province and the community at large. So that's a progress which warrants that we rescind the intervention. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Blose, you may ask the last supplementary question. Finally, your real opportunity.
Oh, Chair, that's unfair. No, thanks, Minister. Look, the oversight should not just be a tick box exercise, but they should really assist in bringing services and hope to our people. So we understand that the report is still going to be tabled before cabinets and there are delays, but in the immediate, then to ensure that services are being given to our people and that the people of the province actually receive what they need to in terms of services. What are you doing in the immediate, your immediate interventions, while everything else that you are doing, you're still going to take it before cabinet and bring it before this house? But what are the immediate steps that you are doing now to ensure that these oversight visits, the people of the province are able to feel that the committee was there and something is being done as we speak now? Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. I agree with the honorable member that oversight activities should not be a tick box exercise. And we have explained in our reply that in that intervention, there were departments that were overseen by different departments nationally, like, for example, the Office of the Premier, which was the responsibility of Department of Public Service Administration, Department of Health, which is National Health, and so on. So all that needed to be done has been done. There is nothing that is lacking as we speak in terms of trying to assist the province. All that is left is a close-out report so that the powers are given back to the province. In as far as our role now, it's only to make sure that the report served to the cabinet that I've just mentioned so that the province continues. But the areas and issues that were of concern have been dealt with and the province is moving forward.
Thank you. Honorable members, we will now take question number 226, which has been asked by the Honorable Mailola to the Minister in the Presidency. This question stood over in terms of Rule 144.2 and has been prioritized in accordance with Rule 144.2b. The question is whether her office has a mandate to create jobs. If not, what is the position in this regard? If so, what total number of sustainable jobs has her office created for young persons in the 2024-2025 financial year? And where were the specified job opportunities created? I've been informed that Deputy Minister Mahlahudi will be answering questions on behalf of the Minister. The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Just to state that firstly, that the Minister in the Presidency is not responsible per se for job creation, but rather the function of the presidency is to coordinate the presidential employment stimulus as well as overseeing the work of the presidential youth employment intervention across all relevant departments that are seized with job creation. Now, coming to the numbers, for the year that has been requested, which is year 2024, a total number of job opportunities that have been created through the presidential employment stimulus are 152,193 and 235,794 through the presidential youth employment intervention. Now, just to also just give numbers for the last quarter, which is from January till the end of March, 76,569 job opportunities were created, including 60,444 through the South African Youth Platform, as well as 16,125 through the Employment Services of South Africa, which is housed in the Department of Employment and Labour. We also saw 15,137 placements of young people through the Youth Employment Service and continued support of over 43,000 young people in terms of enterprise opportunities through the NYDA and the Department of Small Business Development. Now, the presidential employment stimulus includes programs such as the Basic Education Employment Intervention, otherwise known as the Teachers Assistance Program, as well as the Social Employment Fund, the Food Security and Livelihoods Program, which provides subsistence farmers with vouchers to purchase agricultural inputs, and the city's public employment program. While the PYEI implements 4 components in 5 priority growth areas that aim to increase alignment across and beyond government and innovate in ways that accelerate delivery and catalyze further actions. The 4 components are the SA Youth Network, demand-led skilling, as well as the local ecosystem enablement and the revitalized National Youth Service. We also have the National Pathway Management Network, which since April 2024 has seen 177,709 earning opportunities secured by young people through the SA Youth Platform, as well as 58,085 earning opportunities that were secured on the Department of Labour's ESA system. Therefore, this is over 70% of these opportunities were also accessed by young women in particular. In terms of youth demand-led skilling, the Youth Employment Service, a private sector-led initiative, placed 27,951 young people in workplace opportunities in various sectors of the economy. And in addition, 12,989 young TVET learners and graduates have been placed into workplace opportunities. The Jobs Boost Fund, which is an outcomes-based fund, is currently in its pilot phase and has seen over 1,603 young people placed in sustainable quality jobs against the target of 4,500. This pilot, which ends in December 2025, will be upscaled in the year that's coming, which is year 2026, and of course is proof of the concept of how skills training can be linked to sustainable jobs. In terms of SMME support, since April 2024, young people have continued to receive direct support for their enterprises. A total of 24,827 financial and non-financial enterprise opportunities were provided by the NYDA. In addition, the Department of Small Business Development has provided a total of 25,424 non-financial financial opportunities to young people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable members, we've been informed that Honourable Kalipi will take charge of the first follow-up in terms of Rule 137(10)(A).
Thank you very much. But on the speech that was delivered on the 23rd July 2024, on the occasion of the presidential budget, they were indicated that the number of employed persons in South Africa was sitting at 16.7 million. When I was listening to you, you are talking about far less number, about 152, nothing close to this 16.7 million that was there on the speech. So now the question, how many has your department created for women and persons with special needs in particular? And will the minister furnish us with an aggregate per province? Because we must know, what per province, we have 9 provinces, how many people, especially the women. That way we are interested as women. I know we are very much interested on youth, women now. Please, thanks.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much. I think firstly, the honorable member is referring to the numbers as it relates to what would have previously been reported in previous years. And as the answer that we've been given, we have confined ourselves to the year 2024. That's the first point. And then secondly, if the honorable member would know that in actual fact, in the last quarter, which is again Q4 of 2024, the official numbers that have been released by the Stats SA actually indicates that 132,000 jobs were created in the last quarter alone. And of course, we can provide the quarter labor force survey numbers that will aggregate in terms of youth, women, and persons with disabilities as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Skosana, you may ask the second supplementary question.
Ngiyathokoza, Sihlalo ohloniphekileyo. Honorable Deputy Minister, the unemployment rate in our country demands that all sectors of our society play a role in finding ways to create job opportunities. And we note and appreciate the programs that we have mentioned that are linked to job creation. But what is the broad strategy of the presidency in relation to job creation and the creation of a suitable environment for job creation? Ngiyathokoza, Sihlalo.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you very much, House Chair. So the honorable member is correct, and that's actually why the presidency has implemented a multifaceted strategy to address the high levels of unemployment in the country. Just to name a few, I have already made reference to the presidential employment stimulus, which was of course launched in October 2020. That cuts across various government departments that look at creating work opportunities and supporting livelihoods. And so far, over 2 million employment opportunities have actually been created with a significant focus on youth and women, Honorable Mkhaliphi. We also have education sector support. The program includes skills development support and of course youth engagement, as well as various public-private partnership programs looking at private sector investment in ensuring that we do create those opportunities, as well as, of course, referring to the answers of the previous questions in terms of Operation Vulindlela and the sectors that have been identified in that regard. Thank you very much.
Honorable van der Merwe, you may ask the third supplementary question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I accept the apology for Honorable van der Merwe not feeling well. I'm just on her behalf.
Please continue.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, what monitoring and evaluation measures are in place to assess the long-term impact on sustainability of the job opportunity created through the office's initiative, particularly in relation to reducing youth unemployment? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
So one of the things that we are doing right now, Honorable Member, just to give an example of one of the programs that we are currently piloting, which is the Jobs Boost program. And in actual fact, what we are doing right now is doing a study on the implementation of the program, how successful it's been. And so that when we do then upscale into the year 2026, we have learned what the problems were with the initial piloting of the project. And just to give you a sense, the Jobs Boost program is an outcomes-based program. And what does that mean? It means that implementing partners only get 80% of their funding at the time at which a young person has been placed in a job for 6 months or more. So in that way, you are ensuring that by the time a young person enters into a training program, they don't exit the training program without having secured a job at the end of that particular program. And that's part of the work that we're doing to upscale to ensure that beyond the pilot, which has been very successful, we do have a program that targets way more than the current pilot has been able to make provision for. Thank you very much.
Last opportunity to ask a supplementary question is that of the Honorable Glaser Webster.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, during the elections and during election campaigns, many political parties, those of which now sit as GNU partners, campaigned on the basis of unlocking mass youth unemployment. And so my question to you is, has there been even one agreement that has been signed in this respect, particularly because many of the campaign promises would have been around unlocking mass youth employment with private-public partnerships? So can you name one agreement that has been signed in this regard? And would you support the introduction of a youth impact assessment that would look at the impact on youth of every new government policy that comes into the fold?
Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. So firstly, in terms of the GNU, the honourable member would note that the GNU has 3 priorities for the second administration. The first one, of course, being inclusive growth and job creation. So just on that question, there is definitely agreement within the GNU in terms of what the strategy ought to be, while rather what the priority ought to be insofar as growing the economy is concerned, particularly for young people who remain destitute in terms of job creation. Beyond that, in my initial response, I did detail some of the work that is being done between public and private partners insofar as addressing youth unemployment is concerned. And I'll just make another example again. In fact, the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative works with private sector implementing partners where young people are placed within factories around the country, within different organizations through this partnership that we are having with the private sector to ensure that at the end of the day, we don't just train the young people, but we also then put them in sustainable jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable members, we will now proceed to question number 708 that has been asked by the Honorable Van der Merwe to the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. The question is about the department's assessment of the performance of government in striving towards the 5% target for the employment of persons with disabilities within the public sector, and which government departments at a national and provincial level have not even attained the 2% target. The Honourable Minister.
Ngibingelelo sesihlalweni namalunga ahloniphekile endlu isishayamthetho. The department submitted the 6th annual report to Cabinet in November 2023, recommending an increase of the employment equity target for persons with disabilities to 3% in 2024-2025, with a 1% annual increase, which means that in 2025-2026, we are at 4% to reach the 7% by 2030, which is our National Development Plan target. Cabinet approved this recommendation and communication was issued to all departments through workshops and minister-to-minister letters. Despite these efforts, implementation remains slow. Many departments, both national and provincial level, have not reached even the 2% target. However, there are departments that have reached 2%, 3%, 4%, and even 5%. Department continues to advocate for strengthened compliance mechanisms and the inclusion of disability targets in annual performance plans. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Machi on behalf of the Honourable Van der Merwe.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, if government is truly committed to the empowerment and inclusion of persons with disabilities, why has the finalization of the protection and promotion of persons with disability bill been repeatedly postponed since the 6th administration? What are the specific timeframes for finalizing and tabling the bill in Parliament? And how will its eventually implementation help ensure compliance with employment equity targets? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. We are fast-tracking the processing of the bill. If it goes up according to ourselves, we will be bringing it to Parliament. However, I must indicate that we still have to do our part as the executive, going out to people to get information and hear their views and then take it back to cabinet. However, we are actually aiming to fast track the bill. On the issue of employment, I must again indicate that the question wanted me to give numbers. And if you look at how we're doing as a country, for instance, there are departments that are above 4%. And one of the departments is women, youth, and persons with disabilities, which is at 5.34% with the employment of persons with disabilities, followed by the Department of Tourism at 4.57%, and followed by the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition at 4.56%. Other departments are actually joining. For instance, small business development is at 3.98%, also followed by National School of Government at 3.23%. Many other departments are above 2%. Of course, there are those departments that are below 2%. The provinces are not doing well. It's only the Gauteng that is above 2%, and that is why we're paying a lot of attention to our provinces. Thank you very much.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Chauke.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My question to the Honorable Minister would be in terms of the ability and the state of readiness of departments on employing persons with disabilities. What has been your observation and what is your view? Additionally, how do you see technological advances and development actually creating more opportunities for persons with disabilities to be more and adequately prepared for employability? Thank you very much.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chauke, for the question. The latest statistics data on employment of persons with disabilities has actually indicated decline. And this is exactly what I have said, because some of the provinces, departments, even if they are doing well in the public service, but others are not pulling towards one direction. But of course, like I indicated, then the cabinet took a decision that we have got to increase those figures. And I must indicate that everyone is now aware that when we are employing people, we've got also to employ persons with disabilities. The Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities has since issued. In fact, we are about to issue a circular that I indicated that we are preparing together with the Department of Public Service and Administration, which we believe that if it is sent to public service, it actually might also make departments to do the work. Modern technological infrastructure is important to enhance employability. However, provision become a challenge as department mentioned limitations of budget. But we believe what we have seen in other countries is that when technology is used properly, persons with disabilities are able to live independently. We have seen in some countries like Brazil, braille tiles, and those they make persons with disabilities to walk freely without anyone holding them. We have also seen text-to-speech technology, which converts text to spoken audio, and therefore assisting person also with vision disabilities. The hands-free wheelchair for all terrains, we've also seen those in other countries as well. So we believe that indeed technology does a lot in making persons with disabilities to live a normal life and therefore not be seen being disabled when actually it's the environment that makes them disabled. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Peterson.
Thank you, House Chairperson, Honorable Minister. What specific interventions or corrective measures has your department implemented to assist underperforming departments in meeting the 5% disability employment target additionally? Can you provide a breakdown of the budget allocations or incentives, if any, that are directed towards improving the recruitment and retention of persons with disabilities in the public sector? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. We're doing a lot additionally to ensure that we assist departments that are not performing. That includes training, that includes workshops with departments. I was in Free State over the weekend, And I actually saw some people who were telling me that they were receiving training on some of the issues, whether it's gender-based violence, but also on disabilities. So yes, there's a lot of training and awareness campaign that we are running. But of course, like we have indicated, we're writing to ministers to inform them that your department is not pulling with all of us. So we're doing that. And then of course, on the issue of budget, the issue of disability is cross-cutting. Because if you speak about transport, for instance, you've got to provide public transport that is accessible, universally accessible. You've got to provide, for instance, you're in the private sector, you've got to ensure that ATMs are accessible to everybody. So it's everybody with a budget, but everybody having to do something so that persons with disabilities are also able to reach out and live a normal life. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mslatsi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, what specific policy, institutional, and budgetary constraints have been identified by your department as a key barriers to full attainment of 2% and 5% employment equity target for persons with disability in national and provincial government department? And what corrective interventions have been implemented to ensure measurable progress, accountability, and inclusion?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. On the issue of 2% target, like I've said, there is already the NDP a target of 7% by 2030. And in order for us to reach that target, the cabinet took a decision that there will be increase every year. So that is now a cabinet decision. But also we do have the disability right policy in South Africa. That also talk to those things to say persons with disabilities should be employed both in the public and private sector. As a matter of fact, our function as a department, it does not only end with the public service, it extends to the private sector as well, because we have to monitor, we've got to mainstream, we've got to advocate, we've got to evaluate and to coordinate. And that is how we're doing it. But of course, like I say, there is already a decision taken by cabinet, which is in line with the National Development Plan.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Members, question number 681 has been asked by the Honourable F.L. Shabangu to the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. The question is whether, given that according to Statistics South Africa, the unemployment rate has increased up to 32.9% in the last quarter, especially amongst the youth, and noting that structures have been established to deal directly with youth unemployment, what progress has been made on the appointment of the National Youth Development Agency, the NYDA board, and support will the NYDA be given by her office to enhance their work to deal with the economic challenges facing the youth after the appointment of the board? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Following the adoption of the list by Parliament, the list was then sent to the President, who in terms of the NYDA Board Act of number 11 of 2024, the President appoints the board after recommendation of list received from Parliament. And we believe that at this moment, the President is still applying his mind, of course, because there are quite a number of other issues that are before the President. Then, as the executive authority for the NYDA, the minister in the Presidency responsible for women, youth, and persons with disabilities performs oversight of the NYDA, which entails facilitating transfer of funds to the NYDA, ensuring that the NYDA reports to Cabinet and Parliament, for instance, on its annual performance plan and strategic plan, supports the NYDA on engagements with national and international stakeholders, e.g. outreach and multilateral activities. The minister also ensures that the legislative mandate of the NYDA is implemented by providing strategic direction and support to the NYDA through the board that is in terms of the Act must perform its fiduciary duties. Thank you very much, Chair.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable F.L. Shabangu.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, the overall mandate of the NYDA is the implementation of the Integrated Youth Development Strategy. What has been your department's assessment of the implementation of the Integrated Youth Development Strategy by the NYDA? And is it still relevant to deal with the youth economic challenges? Thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shabangu. The NYDA's assessment of the Integrated Youth Development Strategy is that it enabled the various provinces and sector departments to develop their provincial sector-specific integrated youth development strategies. What we noticed in the past is that there were gaps in planning because there were few targets in the annual performance plans of different departments. However, that is changing, informed by the medium-term development plan that is now prioritizing youth. And also knowing that we now have the Public Procurement Act and other legislation, and this one is setting aside 30% for youth and to be allocated to youth. So yes, indeed, we're seeing some improvement in that, and therefore the Integrated Youth Development Strategy is still relevant because there's still a need to support and empower young people so that they can transition smoothly into adulthood and participate in growing the economy of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Spies.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, given the NYDA's 5-year strategic plan prioritizing economic transformation, job creation and entrepreneurship, alongside a decreased budget and limited private sector funding engagement, can you outline specific measures your office will take to ensure that the NYDA delivers tangible results in job creation and entrepreneurship development? And how will you hold them accountable? And furthermore, support NYDA initiatives addressing socio-economic challenges faced by South Africa's youth, driving economic transformation despite the budget constraints? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. I think the first thing will be that the NYDA should do more with little. That's the first one. But the second is that alongside many initiatives that NYDA is implementing, we will be supporting them in ensuring that they do that within the limited budget. But also NYDA is in partnership with quite a number of institutions, and will also be encouraging that it works in partnership with a number of institutions. Just to cite a few, we've got, for instance, Kwenso Foundation, which is establishing food gardens in our communities. And this they do together with NYDA. There is Charisma Music Foundation, which is teaching arts to schools. And this NYDA is doing with those companies. So what we're also doing in order to supplement for the little budget that they have, we will be encouraging partnership with both South African companies, but also with other international companies, the UN and UNDPs of this world, so that they can supplement and complement the budget of NYDA. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Huekana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Minister, the National Assembly approved a short list of 9 nominees for the NYDA board on March 19, 2025. However, 6 weeks later, the President has still not signed off on the appointments. Meanwhile, State South Africa Labour Force survey indicates that youth unemployment has reached a staggering 46.1%. What urgent action will the minister take to accelerate the presidential appointment of the new board and to prevent any further paralysis in NYDA programs aimed at tackling this record youth joblessness? Minister, President, disappointed. Amagame begawa expectile in those appointments. Aweko.
Honorable member, your time has now expired. Thank you.
I can diving. Maga sign up a lot of
The Honorable Minister.
appointments.
There is no paralysis at NYDA. There is a board at NYDA. And that board will remain in place until we appoint a new board. So there is an interim board. So the president is, the NYDA is with the board that we have, and there is no paralysis at NYDA. The president has a right to apply his mind. I don't think that the president has any interest on specific names, and the president is definitely going to communicate with the National Assembly, and that is going to happen. But there is no paralysis at NYDA. There is an interim board at NYDA of people that have been there for the past 3 years, and therefore they know and understand NYDA.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Kobe.
Thank you, House Chair. I will take the Honorable Kobe's question. Minister, thank you for the impassioned response to the last question. It goes without saying, it's not a wonder that the NYDA has been marred or become synonymous with patronage. In your view, do you believe that the NYDA is still a relevant entity for youth development as things currently stand, given the status of youth, particularly unemployment, as well as the lack of engagement of youth in the current status in our country? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Not just relevant today, but even tomorrow. National Youth Development Agency is one very important structure for youth development in South Africa that only talks youth, that talks in terms of age of real youth. And we can still make it work better, but it is doing a lot. It has produced a number of entrepreneurs. It has produced a number of skilled young people in South Africa. It has produced many people who are in arts, and they are doing that. They go out to the world to ask for sponsors and everybody, and because they are known to be representing young people of South Africa, they are respected. Yes, indeed, they will be limited by the resources that they have, because if you look at the challenge that is facing young people, the issue of unemployment, even if you talk about the NEET group only, of course you need more resources, but that you need NYDA, we definitely need NYDA, and we need a strong NYDA. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, question number 723 has been asked by the Honorable Maimane to the Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. The question is, considering that her department achieved only 54% of its performance indicators in the 2023-2024 financial year, significantly below the 90% target, what specific measures has the department implemented to address the shortfall and improve performance in the current financial year? The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to Honorable Maimane. In our response, we had about 54 or 51 targets in the financial year of 2023 and 2024. And out of that 51, the targets that we had placed for ourselves, we have achieved at least 46 of them, which translate to the 90% that we were supposed to have achieved. As a result, we do believe that we have been able to achieve what we were supposed to do for this annual or for this financial year. And that, of course, is based on the organizational performance of our annual report, which is actually in place, and it has been published in the departmental website. and also tabled and adopted by Parliament itself. And the reasons for the shortfall of the 10% that we haven't been able to achieve, of course, we have been able to capture them in our response to the Auditor General on the report of 2023 to 2024. So where we are, we do believe that we have been able to achieve the 90%, and that can actually be accessed through the established website that is in place, and we have been able to publish those results in our annual report. Thank you very much.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Maimane.
Thank you, House Chairperson, and thank you, Minister, for that response. It's become a historical chronic situation where when you look at NDP targets and how they get be translated into APPs, there's been chronic failing across all departments. When you look at this year, even up in the function of coordination across departments, there's only been a 54% achievement or thereabouts. So the question then becomes, if there's a macro strategic plan that sits for the government, what are the steps of accountability that your department is taking in place to ensure that officials who are not compliant or not meeting their targets have been held accountable? So, and so my question really then also speaks to the fact that will the minister be introducing any quarterly performance dashboards for all departments so that we can hold them effectively accountable for measures that you've put in place and make those public so that South Africans can see for themselves which departments are performing and which ones aren't really delivering against the mandate that you've set as far as planning, monitoring and evaluation? Thank you very much.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maimane. We have established already the dashboard that will be assisting us to monitor and assess the implementation of performance of the medium-term development plan. That is what we are responsible for. As it relates to performance of individuals and public servants individually, that is not our space of operation. As a result, ours is to ensure that the priorities that have been put in place as it relates to the MTDP are actually implemented. And obviously the MTDP is aligned with the National Development Plan. The performance that we are responsible for and we are playing a huge role in partnership, of course, with public service is that one of the HODs and Director General. That is where we play a role. But however, in terms of punitive measures, that will be a system that will be implemented by public service itself. How we have been able to come up with the medium-term development plan is precisely because we have realized that the implementation of the NDP has actually taken a step back, precisely because the framework that was utilized in the past actually allowed departments to give strategic direction as it relates to the plan or the framework of the nation. However, this time around, as it relates to a plan, the MTDP was actually developed and established from the NDP itself, giving strategic direction to the departments instead of the department giving strategic direction to the framework that the nation was supposed to follow. So we do believe that through the results framework that we have put in place that align with targets for the APPs, we will be able to measure and be able to see success and a difference as it relates to the implementation of the MTDP as opposed to what we were doing in the past of the medium, I think it was strategic framework that was implemented in the past. So there will be a difference. And our biannual performance as
Honorable
it relates
Minister,
to
your time
reports,
is now
it will be
expired.
done and you'll be able to access it through that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Christie.
Thank you, House Chair. Yes, according to the DPME annual report for 2023-24, I agree with the Minister that DPME did achieve 46 of its 51 targets, translating to 90% achievement, not 54%. Be that as it may, there's always room for improvement, and that's extra 10%. The real measure of the DPME's achievements is whether the government programs, departments and projects evaluated actually implement the DPME's recommendations. Reading the SWOT analysis in the DPME annual performance plan, I read that government clusters and the executive, some of our ministers, are not leveraging or engaging with the findings of the DPME? How will the minister put pressure on government departments to respond to the evaluations and actually apply the recommendations of the DPME to get our country back on the road? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christie. Of course, through structures such as the portfolio committee that we have that we are reporting to in Parliament, we do expect and we have requested that coordination be made with other portfolio committees so that we can get assistance as it relates to ensuring that our recommendations are actually implemented. However, on top of that, the President have already agreed, and we have done it. We have first started we did that last year in the past financial year. We have a performance meeting that we have an assessment with the President, the Deputy President, where our framework is actually being assessed by the President and the Deputy President. And of course, that result framework that is put in place have got priorities where we then now have the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and the DG to actually be able to respond to why the recommendation that we may have given them in the past were not implemented. As a result, we do believe that through doing that this year and in the coming financial years or annually, we would then now be able to see the recommendations of DPME being implemented, because accountability will be given at the highest level of the President, where the executive authority of the President can actually be unleashed to be able to ensure that those that are responsible in different departments, that will be the accounting officer and the executive authority, are actually held accountable as it relates to the recommendation that we may have given them. So we believe that through that, we are going to see a difference in terms of performance being improved through the recommendation that we may have put in place. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Matuwane.
Bulele kuwe sihlalo. Mphathiswa, in your assessment, is the department sufficiently capable of fulfilling its mandate of government-wide planning, monitoring, and evaluation within the existing legislative and operational framework? Earlier in the House, you said that there was an agreement between the GNU partners, but when the Minister of Public Service was answering questions, the DA had different ideas as to what CETA is supposed to do. So would you say that there are any deficiencies in this capacity in your department that contribute in the inability to meet your functions? And what measures are being taken to strengthen institutional effectiveness in this regard?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, for that question. We do believe that already we have seen an improvement in our ability to be able to integrate planning mechanism of government together and put in place a plan that is owned by the entire government, most especially nationally, but also in all spheres of government. So for that, we do believe we have been able to achieve a coordinated way of planning for government, and also including private sector and civil society in what we are doing. So for that, I would say that yes, there is an improvement, and I really do believe we have done well. We do not have a legislation, by the way, that we are operating on, but we are drawing our existence from the executive authority of the President and the delegated powers and the delegated responsibilities that we are given by the President. As it relates to the relationship between members of the GNU, that is, of course, coordinated through the medium-term development plan. That is what brings us together. And that, of course, came from the statement of intent that all the political parties in the GNU have been able to sign. We are not a group of friends that need to agree on everything. However, we are parties that are committed to implementing the medium-term development plan that was negotiated and established, as I've already said, from the statement of intent that was definitely informed by the minimum program of the political parties' manifestos that have been able to be promised to the people. So in my view, what brings us together is the plan that is in place. We don't have to agree on everything, just as long as we implement the medium-term development plan and ensure that the targets that were put in place as it relates to the results framework are actually reached. That's what brings us together, and that was is important at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Ghana.
Minister, I do love your tough talk insofar as performance is concerned. So one of your mandate is to monitor the performance of individual departments and facilitate targeted intervention. So I want to check with you, since the start of the 7th administration, which department have you found not to be performing optimally? And what interventions have you facilitated? And which ones have you found to be on the brink of your intervention and you want to refer them to the president?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Anna. I also love your wisdom and questions that you ask. As a result, I do believe that there is at least a convergence of love as it relates to the work that we are doing. However, in terms of what we do and what we're expected to do, I do not think that it would be relevant or actually fair for me to be able to name and shame. However, I can rightfully say that the report that we will be establishing and we will be publishing must first be adopted by cabinet before we can actually be able to bring it to parliament and to the public to be able to engage with. So as a result, our biannual report that we will be doing by the end of this term, which would be in, I think in June, would then now give you at least an answer of where we are as it relates to the performance of different departments. And I cannot be able to act outside of my mandate, meaning that whatever it is that we publish and we talk about should at least be able to have gone through cabinet, and it would then now be adopted first before we bring it here. So I'm sorry for this one. I would not be able to give you the answer that you need. However, I can promise that by the end of this biannual report system, we would then now be able to furnish you with a written report that you can engage with. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, question number 688 has been asked by the Honorable S.G. Vilakazi to the Minister in the Presidency. The question is whether, given the recurring concern that limited funding constraints the ability of the MDDA, that's the Media Development and Diversity Agency, to support community media, what practical steps has the MDDA taken and or proposed to assist community broadcasters and publishers in becoming more financially sustainable, and be the lessons that have emerged from such efforts? I've been informed that the Honourable Deputy Minister Morolong will be answering questions on behalf of the Minister. The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to members of the House. The MDDA recognizes that limited funding remains a persistent constraint in effectively supporting the community and small commercial media sector. This challenge and its implications for the sustainability of the sector were clearly highlighted in the MDDA Community Media Sustainable Report, which was launched in October 2024. In response, the agency has adopted a multi-pronged strategy to promote the long-term financial sustainability and resilience, aiming to reduce dependency on a once-off grant funding and instead support the development of a robust, adaptive community media entities. This approach includes, inter alia, strategic partnerships and fundraising initiatives. The agency is developing a fundraising strategy that focuses on resource mobilization for the broadcast, community print, and small commercial media sector. MDDA is also engaging with commercial media, telecommunication companies, social media platforms, development partners, and other funders to attract both financial and non-financial support. These partnerships aim to enhance collaboration, capacity, and market access. On capacity building and training, the agency continues to implement targeted training and development programs informed by its annual training plan and fundraising strategy. These are designed to build operational, editorial, business, and digital competencies. In recent years, particular emphasis has been placed on revenue diversification, business development, and digital transformation. On enhancing credibility through verified audience metrics, the agency is supporting community and small commercial print publishers to obtain Audit Bureau of Circulation certification, which provides independent verified circulation data to enhance their credibility with advertisers and media buyers. In addition, the MDDA is working with Broadcast Research Council of South Africa to verify audience and listenership figures for community broadcasters. Chairperson, these verified metrics are essential in helping community media organizations attract advertising revenue, secure commercial partnership, and strengthen their presence within the broad media landscape. Chairperson, in recognizing the burden of high operational costs, the MDGA is also exploring shared infrastructural models such as community printing hubs, which would allow multiple community publishers to reduce printing and distribution costs. The agency is also facilitating partnerships and providing training that enables community to adopt a high-breed print digital models and fully leverage digital platforms for content distribution, audience engagement, and monetization. These initiatives form part of the MDDA digital strategy. The MDDA continues to advocate for a fairer distribution of government advertising spend and increase public and private sector investment in community media. Drawing on insights from the community media sustainable research, the agency engages advertisers and policymakers to promote community media as credible and impactful communication platforms. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Vilakazi.
Thank you, House Chair, and thank you, Deputy Minister. While the initiatives you mentioned, Deputy Minister, are commendable, what systems are in place to track whether community media outlets are actually becoming financially sustainable, especially in terms of reducing their reliance on donor grants or increasing local advertising revenue? And in that context, would the presidency consider advocating utilizing the USEF fund to directly offset high fixed costs like Centre signal distribution and ICASA license fees as allowed for in Section 88(1) of the ECA? I thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In the first instance, we are committed to the amendment of the Electronic Amendment or Electronic Communication Act, which will empower the USEF levy to increase from 0.1% to between 1% and 2%, consistent with the recommendations of the International Telecommunication Union. This will enable us to ease the burden on high cost on signal distribution fees. We have indeed and are engaging quite a number of stakeholders in the sector to make sure that these amendments go a long way in reducing the burden on the cost of signal distribution. There are many other efforts that we're undertaking, chief amongst which is that there are discussions unfolding. 2 days ago, I launched our first leg of engagement with community media to inter alia reflect on what will become a scheme for support of community and small commercial media to make it them much more sustainable. We in our discussions with these community media stakeholders engaged on issues that are related to alternative revenue for community media. We also delved into governance issues, which are challenges that continue to besiege the sector. We think that these will go a long way in making sure that our community and small commercial media are economically viable and that they are able to discharge their responsibilities with ease. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. The next supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Ngweba.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Deputy Minister, how does the MDDA measure effectiveness of its support programs for community media, and what adjustments have been made based on lessons learned? Thank you, House Chair.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, there are quite a number of lessons learned from the work of MDDA since its establishment 21 years ago. The first one is that this is one sector that is not fully capacitated to be able to discharge its responsibilities. As I said earlier on, the funding models would have to be reviewed through the amendment of the Electronic Communication Act. The second point I wish to make is that we will have to then focus on making sure that we build alternative revenue for community media. We've also are besieged by challenges that relates to the issues around governance. You would know that community media has got a market share of about 25% of the South African audience. It is an area that we need to look at supporting, and that is why efforts are underway. For instance, GCIS, together with MDDA, is starting a scheme which will be operationalized by the end of the financial year, whose intention is to provide much needed support to community and small commercial media, particularly print and broadcasting. So these efforts are underway, and we hope that they will herald in a new chapter that will be enable us to have a community media that is independent, and a community media that is able to generate its revenue, and the community media that is not solely reliant on government funding. Thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Chingila.
Thank you, Chair. It will be taken by Honorable Shongwe. The MTDA's mandate to promote media diversity and development is critical for empowering historically disadvantaged communities. What are the audience measurements target, and how will regulations 17.8 affect MTDA's mandate when BBB is scrapped? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister.
I don't think that there's any.
Our apologies, Honorable Deputy Minister. Can we just mute that honorable member on the platform? Please continue.
Well, you'd know, Chairperson, that in 1994, there was no legitimate community media. There has been considerable strides in diversifying community ownership in South Africa. And we have said that you would also know that the three-tier broadcasting system, which is a public, commercial, and community, is aimed at making sure that there is increased ownership in the media industry, and particularly in community media. We have launched a number of studios in communities. We will provide figures in writing to illustrate how we have been able to diversify ownership of community media. And it's important that community media must be diversified, because in the first instance, it represents the ownership of community with respect to, in the first instance, the customized content. Secondly, it helps us because we are able to communicate through our people. You know, community media and particularly community radio stations represent the voices of our people. And that is why there's considerable strides made in empowerment of community radio stations to make sure that much needed equipment and studios that are required for the work of community media to be engaged with ease continue. So we're quite happy with the strides made. I do not know whether there is any such intention of scrapping BEE, but we are worried though about about ownership patterns in the media
Honorable
industry.
Deputy
And
Minister,
that is
your
why,
time has
Chairman,
now expired. Thank you.
so-
The next follow-up question will be asked by the Honorable Mashabela. Before I recognize the Honorable Member, why do you want to be recognized, Honorable Member?
Ngiyaxolisa sihlalo. Umfethu lo ohlangene nabadayisi angithola uphendula muphi umbuzo akaphendula umbuzo engobuzeni. Bengicela aphendule umbuzo engobuzeni.
The Honorable Deputy Minister has responded to your question. It's unfortunate if you didn't get the gist of the reply. The Honorable Mashabela,
Chair.
all the Honorable Members. Is the Honorable Mashabela on the online platform?
Chair, I'm here. I will take the question on
Please
behalf
proceed.
of Ms. Mkonto. Minister.
All the Honorable Members.
Minister,
Is the member of the EFF. Please proceed.
Mkonto is my surname, Chair. What?
All the Honorable Members.
In your first response, you talked about the limited resources coupled with the fundraising strategy that you have engaged on. My question is, in your view, is the MDDA functioning effectively as an instrument to support community broadcasters? Additionally, could you provide examples of success stories where new local media entities were established and sustained under the guidance of support of the MDDA? And I hope, Minister, as a person who is dealing with this on a daily basis, you won't tell me that you will give me written answers, because you are working with this on a daily basis. Thank you.
The Deputy Minister.
Well, I have no intentions. I have no intention of giving you written answers. Since its establishment, we've supported 530 community media projects in South Africa. And evidence is there to interface with. In fact, Chair, let me go further and say that 207 community radio stations that we have funded that continue to be a beacon of hope for our communities. We continue to provide training. I, in fact, have alluded to the fact that 2 days ago, I presided over engagements with the community media sector. Those engagements were inter alia aimed at providing much needed training to community media practitioners. This training would be on matters that are related to governance. There would be matters that would be related to editorial and business acumen training. So there is considerable work done, and there are studios that we will be launching in the next month to demonstrate the continued work and the strides that MDDA continue to make in really uplifting the community media sector. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Members, question number 677 has been asked by the Honorable Dunjwa to the Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. The question is whether, considering the recurring concern that limited funding constrains the ability of the MDDA to support community media, what practical steps has the MDDA taken and proposed to take to assist the broadcasters? I think that is the same question. May I just ask that we pay attention to the guide that is there. Question number 677 is as follows. And my apologies for that, honorable members. The question by the Honorable Dunjwa. Given that the government is often criticized for functioning in silos, making it difficult to plan and align its programs to ensure optimal socio-economic impact, how does her office, through the medium-term development plan, intend to ensure proper coordination and cooperation of the government and its plans so that the priorities of the current administration to grow the economy, create jobs, and eradicate poverty? The question is to the Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The MTDP, of course, and I think I've alluded to that in the previous responses, is actually a high-level strategic document that is established from different departments and, of course, provinces and municipalities in terms of what we believe needs to happen. As a result, of course, the planning and monitoring and evaluation part of it should then now inform the strategic plans of all spheres of government, but in particular, the national government, as well as their annual performance plans. Of course, there has been in the past a disjuncture as it relates to what needs to be done. As a result, we were then now not able to necessarily bring everybody together to the strategic national vision and plan that that is measurable in such a way that we can be able to coordinate and account for all the various structures and forums that are in place. Currently, what we will be doing, of course, we've been able to put together and continue with decision making and implementation strategic or structural institution. And for example, we do have clusters of cabinet that we participate in all of them to ensure that that alignment of strategy and APP actually take place. But we also have technical implementation forums that are already in place. They've been there. However, this time around, as I've already said, they are sticking to the plan itself and ensuring that whatever it is that is in place is aligned to it. We also have ministerial implementation forums at a national level that deals with exactly that. But the presidential coordinating council as well, that also include provinces, is actually in place as well, and it has been operating for a while. However, this time around, we really do believe that the coordination of all the plans of departments and the strategic plans of all the other spheres of government as it relates to those that we are coordinating will be able to be measured and accountable precisely because the plan that they are operating from and are drawing their own plans from has actually been agreed upon, negotiated, and come from one place with a strategic vision to implement and ensure that the NDP becomes at the center of everything else that is being done. And we have said this before, of course, House Chair, that we have moved away from the outpost kind of looking at things, but more on the outcome, meaning that we look at performance based on the impact that performance actually do. So as a result, coordination will become better, and we are looking forward to the new way of doing things. Thank you very much.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Ngweba, on behalf of the Honorable Dunjwa.
No, thank you very much, House Chair. Honorable Minister, how will government address the potential challenges and risks that may impact the successful implementation of the MTDP, such as fiscal constraints or external economic shocks, and how government departments respond to the plan? Thank you, House Chair.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Indeed, of course, the DG cluster that we have in place will monitor, of course, cross-cutting issues in the MTDP, but equally so, we really do believe that through the new unit that has been put in place and the presidency in particular on the spending reviews, we would then now be able to monitor and ensure that accountability is seen before we can even come up with reports. As a result, early warning systems will also be in place to ensure that if ever there is any constraint that is due to budgeting processes, we are then now able to actually come together to be able to intervene in what is needed. Of course, as it relates to the fiscal framework and the operation part of it, this spending review that will be put in place would also be able to identify some of those programs in government that are necessary, and we would then now be able to ensure that the spending of the budget itself is done in such a way that there is no wastage, but equally so, we will then now do away with duplication. As a result, we do believe that this will assist us to be able to ensure that accountability and implementation of programs of government will be done in an effective way, in such a way that we'll be able to ensure that the MTDP becomes successful, most especially because the targets that we are measuring are actually outlined in the results framework that we have put in place. Thank you very much, Honourable Member.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Bergman.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, given that the MTDP 2024-29 emphasizes a whole of government approach to overcome fragmented planning and misaligned budgets, I've previously asked what specific mechanisms has the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation implemented to ensure that national, provincial and local government departments align their annual performance plans and budgets with MTDP's strategic priorities. But how will the Minister monitor and enforce this alignment to guarantee effective coordination and cooperation across all levels of government? Thanks very much.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. One thing that has been different, and I must say that we pride ourselves with, is that the MTDP itself has been a process of negotiations with different stakeholders, and I think I've alluded to that. We have gone through provinces, sat down with provincial government, as well as with some of the metros that we have. As a result, what we have has actually come from a process of realities that are happening in all spheres of government. And as I said, I've already alluded to that. What would be different this time around, of course, through the Presidential Coordinating Council that we sit in, we are able to raise some of those issues from all spheres of government and be able to present what is it that is needed in order for us to be able to do what will assist the MTDP to actually be successful. And of course, through we do look at APPs before they are actually presented to Parliament for them to then now be able to be adopted by Parliament. And as a result, if ever we do believe that there is no alignment, what we would be raising in Cabinet, we will also raise through the portfolio committee that we have, and in Parliament as well, portfolio committees, to say that these APPs are not aligned with the MTDP. As a result, we do believe that all the stakeholders that are necessary to ensure that APPs are actually aligned with the MTDP would then now be able to work together, coordinated in a fashion that an impact will be seen this time around. Thank you very much.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Ghana.
Honourable Mthetho, want to ask the question on my behalf. Minister, taking into account that the medium-term development plan, the endpoint is much closer to the endpoint of the NDP, the National Development Plan, is your department working on a new NDP that might very well end around 2050, that takes us from the end of the 2030 for the next 20 years beyond 2030? And when will that work begin? Thanks very much.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ghana. Of course, the national dialogue, as you may be aware, will be convened by the President with stakeholders that will be representing the entire society. And that would be one of the platforms where we will derive and establish that which we should start working on and design a framework that would allow us to be able to start with negotiations and consultations of actually coming up with a national development plan post-2030 that would reflect that which is desirable and the South Africa that we want to live in. But most of all, it would have been a process that would have been transparent and all-inclusive. Because if you can look at the current NDP, I mean, that not NDP, MTDP speaks of an inclusive way of doing things. So as a result, we will definitely be looking forward to the national dialogue that will be convened by the president and with all the other stakeholders to be able to draw up a framework that would allow us to come up with an NDP that is going to reflect all of society kind of approach in terms of coming up with what government needs to do. So yes, indeed, in the next coming few months after when the national dialogue process has actually been finalized, we will start with our own processes of ensuring that we do come up with a framework and the start of negotiations of coming up with a new NDP. But this time around, we'll also be looking at scenario planning of coming up with these different scenarios. As much as the NDP will be there, different scenarios that are long-term will also assist us to be able to choose a better way of ensuring that the plan that will be put in place would then now be able to assist the nation to move forward as a society, not only as the state. Thank you.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Nkosi Buthelezi.
Chair, can I check that assembly, the colleague seems not be having a challenge with the connectivity, I'm sorry. Honourable Minister, beyond coordination structures, how will the MTDP ensure budgets and departmental key performance indicators are explicitly aligned and integrated across ministries to directly support the joint delivery of the plan's core goals, economic growth, job creation, and poverty eradication, rather than perpetuating separate siloed priorities? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much for that question. And I think I've already spoken a little bit to that. It's not only going to be dependent on coordination structures, but through clusters. In clusters, we do discuss in detail and give recommendation of ensuring that the coordination and alignment of the MTDPs to the strategy and policies of government actually takes place. So before programs that would be implemented by government actually goes to their respective committees and therefore adopted by cabinet, we would have given our view and recommendation as it relates to the alignment of the APPs and strategies to the MTDP itself. And this is going to be easier this time around because we do have a result framework that we have been put in place, because that result framework is informed by the 3 priorities. However, the departments have been able to, through the very same clusters, come up with deliverables that we all agreed upon, and we all agreed that they should then now inform what is in the APP. So we can already foretell what would be in the APPs. As a result, we are ready, and therefore we do believe that the implementation of the APPs will definitely be aligned with the MTDP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, we will now take the questions that stood over from Wednesday, the 19th of March, in terms of Rule 138, Sub-Rule 5, and supplementary questions. An additional 30 minutes has been allocated for these questions. I now take question number 248 that has been asked by the Honourable S.I. Gama to the Minister in the Presidency. The question is, given the findings of the recent income and expenditure survey of households by Statistics South Africa that revealed income inequality that has been existent since 1994, what will the government do differently to address the vast income and expenditure inequality in the Republic, which has continued for more than 30 years since the advent of democracy? And which measures has her office implemented to help Black Africans to begin to experience similar and or comparable consumption expenditure with other population groups in the Republic? I've been informed that the Honourable Deputy Minister Mhlawule will take the questions on behalf of the Honourable Minister. The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. Statistics South Africa, as the National Stats Office of South Africa, is responsible for producing and disseminating reliable statistical data across the Republic. Among its flagship outputs, as indicated by the question, of course, is the Income and Expenditure Survey, which provides critical insights into household income and consumption trends. The IES is a key tool for monitoring socioeconomic progress and disparities since the advent of our democracy, which is indispensable for policymakers and the various government departments. However, Honorable House Chairperson, it is important for us to emphasize that Stats SA does not determine or implement policy. However, it is responsible, that responsibility rather lies with the relevant departments and government institutions. In light of the persistent income and expenditure inequality detailed in the 2023 IES, it is now imperative for government to recalibrate its policy responses using the data to design targeted interventions that address the entrenched structural inequalities that we speak of. Having said the above, the findings of the IES present a renewed call to action for our government. To address the persistent inequality that has persisted for over 30 years, government, in line with the 3 strategic priorities of the 7th administration, is intensifying efforts across 3 strategic fronts. The first one, of course, being inclusive growth and job creation. And we are doing this by fostering economic development which is employment incentive. Government is targeting the expansion of job opportunities for historically disadvantaged groups, particularly Black Africans. This approach seeks to ensure that greater participation in the economy translates into increased income and consumption levels for the majority. The second one being reducing poverty and the high cost of living. Through expanding social protection programs, including social grants, pensions, and targeted support for vulnerable households, our government is working to cushion low-income individuals and communities and to close the expenditure gap between our population groups. And lastly, of course, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state where government recognizes that addressing inequality requires not just sound policy, but also efficient, transparent, and accountable institutions. Steps, therefore, are being taken to strengthen service delivery by policy coordination, public accountability to ensure effective implementation of interventions that target economic, social disparities. With this in line, and in line with its mandate, Stats SA has actively disseminated the 2023 IES findings, as has been disseminated broadly to both the general public and the relevant departments. This ongoing outreach ensures that all government departments are empowered to use this data for evidence-based decision-making. Although, again, as stated earlier on, that Stats SA does not implement it itself, the availability and the clarity of the data, however, enables more precise targeting of policies and programs. As a result, our government departments now have the opportunity and the imperative to translate these insights into transformative policies that ensure that that the experience of Black Africans is improved and that equitable income and expenditure patterns aligned with the broader goals of inclusive growth, poverty reduction, and the transformation of the state into a truly non-racial and prosperous nation. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Gama.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The question is not about the producer of statistics. The question is about poverty. And we're saying, what are the practical steps that the minister in the presidency responsible for planning, monitoring, and evaluation will take to ensure that there is cohesion and integration in implementing programs that reduce poverty amongst our people? Has the government given enough thought to the plight of the millions of our masses of our people who remain marginalized and live below the poverty line? When will the dignity of the masses of our people be restored?
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. I think firstly, it would have been important.
Order, honorable members. Order. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I think firstly, it would be important that the Honorable Gama directs his question to the right minister. The question was directed to the minister in the presidency, who's responsible for Stats SA. And if I remember correctly, he did raise this question in a portfolio committee meeting dealing with Stats SA specifically. That's one. But to answer the question, and we have actually spoken about what government's plans are. I've spoken about the three priorities of this administration. The first one, which is inclusive growth and job creation. The second one being reducing poverty and the high cost of living. And the third one being building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Thank you very much.
Honorable Gama.
Chair, we're asking very specific interventions, not the general, which is in the MTDP. That's just strategic intent. We're asking specific questions and we're not being answered.
No, Honorable Member, I've looked at your question that you've asked that deals with the outcomes of Stats SA. And that's what the Honorable Deputy Minister has responded to in the context of the bigger question of inequality in the country. And the Deputy Minister has referred to that. Maybe you can put another question at another stage where you deal with a specific one that you are referring to. The Honorable Burke.
Deputy Minister, the best measure of inequality we have in the form of the Gini coefficient at the dawn of democracy was 59, and at the latest count, it's 63. Over the same time, ANC and past governments seem to have doubled down on transformation, affirmative action, and BEE. Does the minister then not conclude and agree that not only have these BEE policies not statistically shifted the needle, but the more B's we add, and the more we talk about transformation, the worse inequality seems to become?
The Honorable Deputy Minister. Order, Honorable Members. Order, Honorable Members. The Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I think firstly,
Please proceed, Honorable Deputy Minister.
there's a lot.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you. I think firstly, Honorable Burke, I would have imagined that if the Democratic Alliance was so worried about transformation, it would not currently be in court challenging the Employment Equity Act. That's the first point. Secondly, it is not true, Honorable Burke, that BE has not made a dent in the country. And in actual fact, if you are to look at the black middle class alone, in the past 30 years, it's actually grown tremendously. And that is as a result of the very same BE that your party is challenging in court right now. Thank you very much.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Mtwedi. Order, Honorable Members.
Yes, Chair. Honorable also will take the question, Chair.
Please proceed.
Yeah. No, Deputy Minister, this is a challenge you are going to have while you are trying to introduce progressive policies to uplift our people. You've got people in your government who are anti-black transformation, and they want to see the status quo remaining. So that's one of your biggest problems, and that's why you're not going to see any changes. But can you tell us that, do you have any data that reflects, the household income amongst Black South African can tell us that the household income improves since 1994? What are the changes in these income levels since 1994 up until today? And to what extent does this data indicate positive improvement towards economic growth in this country? Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Firstly, I think I'd like to refer the member to the report that we're actually referring to, which is the 2023 Income and Expenditure Survey, which actually has all of the data of income among the different races as well as the different genders as well. That's the first point. And of course, going to the original question of the Honorable Gama, there are great disparities that we are seeing between the various genders as well as the various races. Hence, we are saying as government that the first priority for this administration is inclusive growth and job creation. And you would have seen the numbers that came out yesterday. One of the honorable members actually made reference to the GDP numbers that came out yesterday, that even though there is very marginal growth in our economy, but we can see that the situation is in fact improving. The job growth numbers are also proving that the situation is improving. They are not at the point at which we want them to be, but jobs are being created and the economy is growing. Thank you very much.
0.1% is growth.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the order honorable members. The Honorable Zibi. Order honorable members.
Chairperson, thanks very much. I'll take
Order honorable members.
on behalf of Honorable Zevi. So understanding that maybe the question from Gamma was misplaced, let me then try to place it. To say, in the last couple of years, Stats SA has been crying around its capacity. And reports like this are very important to help us to make some decisions as the government. So just trying to understand, how will you ensure, as the Deputy Minister, speaking on behalf of the Minister, that Stats SA continues to receive the necessary financial resources to be able to continue to give us this kind of stats so that we can make sound decisions and not use guesswork as some attempted at times to do.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Thank you very much, Honorable Ghana, for rightly placing the question where it ought to be. That's much appreciated. Insofar as the capacity of Stats SA is concerned, it's absolutely important that we continue to support this very crucial institution that provides us with official stats for our country to ensure adequate decision-making is done based on data that is credible, and that the institution, of course, continues to be independent and does that independently. You would note that the Minister of Finance, in his budget speech that was delivered on the 21st of May, did say that one of the things that they will be looking at in the MTBPs coming on later on in the year will be looking at the issue of funding of Stats SA, because this has been something that Parliament has raised for a number of years now. It's something that as the executive we've also raised with National Treasury, and it is currently now officially on the radar of National Treasury to be able to address coming the MTBPs in October. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, question number 231 has been asked by the Honorable TK Botlani to the Minister in the Presidency. The question is about what the MDDA is doing to support the sustainability of the community print sector. I've been informed the Honorable Deputy Minister Morolong will be answering questions on behalf of the Minister. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The MDDA is developing a fundraising strategy which includes resource mobilizing for community and small commercial print sector. Additionally, the agency is implementing a multifaceted plan to support the sustainability and growth of the community print media sector in South Africa. These comprehensive interventions are aimed at driving transformation, reducing cost, and ensuring the long-term viability of the sector, which plays a critical role.
Honorable Deputy Minister, my attention is being sought by the Honorable Ghana. What is the problem?
I was just saying the DM can put the mic closer to him.
Oh, sorry.
We are struggling to hear what he's saying.
Thank you, my friend. These comprehensive interventions are aimed at driving transformation, reducing cost, and ensuring the long-term viability of the sector, which plays a critical role in promoting media diversity and access to information, particularly in underserved communities. The MDDA is currently supporting community and small commercial print to obtain ABC certification, which provides independently verified circulation data. This is critical in helping these publishers build credibility with advertisers and media buyers and ultimately unlock sustainable commercial and partnership opportunities. The agency engages regularly with strategic stakeholders to mobilize additional financial and non-financial resources for the community media sector. This effort follows a period in which support for the commercial print sector ceased altogether, with stakeholders attributing this to ongoing revenue challenges. These partnerships aim to expand through capacity building, mentorship, and access to industry network and expertise. In line with its mandate, the agency continues to invest in targeted training and development programs designed to improve the operational, editorial, and business acumen of community media practitioners. The capacity building work is strategically guided by the agency's training plan and is closely aligned with the on-ground needs of the sector, ensuring that interventions are responsive to current issues and contribute directly to the long-term sustainability. These programs aim to empower community media organizations with the knowledge and tools required to operate effectively and adapt to evolving media landscape. Drawing on the insights from the Community Media Sustainable Model Research Report, the agency is actively lobbying for a fairer distribution of government advertising spend, including advocating to advertisers to incorporate community media into the marketing mix as a strategic and impactful channels and increase public and private sector investment. These efforts aim to secure consistent financial support and enhance the overall operating environment for community print media. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The Honorable Botlani.
DM, the print community media has been treated as the stepchild of the sector, and this is evident in its rapid demise. What benchmarking exercise has been done to inform the strategies that you have spoken to as reported interventions? And what guarantee can you give South Africa that these interventions will secure the sustainability of the sector?
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me first indicate that we have established through the Minister a steering committee on the transformation and revitalization of the digital and print sector. And I had an opportunity to have a conversation with CEO of leading print companies in South Africa in February to discuss the ailing print media sector. And so we did so because we wanted to have an intervention that will come in the form of a report, which will have to be socialized through cabinet clusters. I also had an engagement with organized media to discuss the sustainability of the print media sector, given the closure of newspapers. We think that in itself is a strategy towards building on the work that we want to be engaged with to provide much needed support to community media, particularly in the print sector. So we're quite elated, and we're also elated that this will then also lead to us engaging other neighboring countries to look at international trends and how best we can be able to salvage this ailing industry. Thank you very much.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Shange. Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Wanda ngiyoyithola impendulo yami.
Now, the original question was supposed to be taken by the Honorable Ndlela.
Yes, sir.
I
You
was
said
given a
Shange.
supplementary name.
No, you said Shange, so.
Yes, that was what was given to me, sir.
Shongwe.
You may proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, within the context of media transformation, how is MTDA making sure that the historically marginalized voices, especially Black-owned, women-led, and township-based community print projects, are being prioritized and not left behind by mainstream media consolidation and urban biasing of investment? Thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. The challenge we are facing is that MDDA is not fully capitalized to support the print sector. Whilst we are concerned about the fact that there is little contribution towards the sector, you would know, and international trends would also dictate to the fact that countries are spending money to support community media through public funding. We have MDDA that is appropriated 48 million rand by this House to support community and small commercial. That cannot be enough. I mean, if you look at France, if you look at Netherlands, if you look at Mali, the main source of funding for community and small commercial media is public funding. So what we need to do is to reflect on the funding model and to discuss as this House whether we are doing justice in supporting community media, particularly the print sector, given the fact that this sector is experiencing challenges, not just at the community media level. We have seen closure of newspapers in this country, and this is attributed to the fact that there's little support. And that is why we have met with CEOs of companies to inter alia discuss ways and means of saving this ailing print sector. So these discussions and this conversation is quite important, but government must put money where its mouth is, especially because we are talking about rural communities, we are talking about peri-urban communities. This support must be demonstrable in the amount of funds that we allocate towards the sector. Thank you very much.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Marais.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, can you indicate how many local or community radio stations have been shut down in South Africa since 1994? And what key challenges contribute to their closures? Furthermore, what specific funding, capacity building, or regulatory support mechanism has the Media Development and the Diversity Agency implemented to sustain and promote the viability of local media, especially in rural and underserved areas? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, there are quite a number of community radio stations that have been operational since 1994, 230 to the extent. And please allow me, member, to answer your member, because you are rudely interrupting me. And so there are 230 community radio stations that have been funded since 1994. And of that 320, there are about 175 that are operational. And this is merely as a result of the attributes that we've articulated. In the first instance, on the sustainability issue, we've spoken about the fact that there are issues with revenue collection. And we are saying that our strategy, let's make an example with community media with respect to print. For instance, the success of any print media house is dependent on two things: printing and distribution. And so if government, and this is what government continues to do, so government will continue to work with the private sector to make sure that we have a printing press to ease the burden on the print media. And I think we've gone to town to articulate what we have done with community radio stations. We've alluded to the fact that we continue to give studios, state-of-the-art studios, to community radio stations to enable them to do their work. We will be launching one here in Cape Town, which is called Sibonele. In the next, Chairperson, can I please be protected? I mean, this is...
Order, honorable members. You asked the question, the Deputy Minister is responding.
We will provide a list of community...
Order, honorable members.
We will provide a list of community radio stations that we have funded, and that list is available on the website of MDDA. It is also available, Chairperson, if you need it.
Honorable Deputy Minister, your time is now expired. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Zibi. Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members.
Thanks, Chair. DM, please tell us, why would you want to build capacity for community print media? So you didn't have this capacity when print was on the up. Print is dying. People are reading the news on their phone. Why would you want to invest in capacity for print media? Shouldn't you be assisting the community media to move digitally and leave the entire print to die its natural death?
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
The challenge is that, when you are leading a country, you have a burden of leadership. There are jobs that have been lost. You also have far-flung areas, and you cannot impose the type of medium that you want communities that are far-flung, that have no access to internet. You just cannot. And that is why there's a need for you to do your utmost best to save jobs, to do your utmost best to save an ailing print media, to make sure that there is dedicated advert spend on saving this print media. So if you say, well, let's not invest money, let's digitize. We can talk about digitization and we can go to town about it. You cannot leave out communities that are in far-flung areas that have no access to the internet. People will have to access the news through their gadgets. You cannot leave out people who cannot afford to buy gadgets. So if you are saying we must totally ignore that there's a particular and a big chunk of our population that has no access to these gadgets, you will then understand what I said, that when you carry the burden of leadership, you will have to ensure that you leave no one behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable members, we will now proceed to questions transferred from written to oral reply in terms of Rule 146, Sub-Rule 1. 8 of these questions have been transferred to oral reply. We'll now deal with question number 733 that has been asked by the Honorable N.G. Myburg to the Minister in the Presidency. The question is whether, with respect to the appointment process of each current Chief Executive Officer of each entity that reports to her, what specific academic qualifications, experience, and competencies were required and vetting procedures were followed to verify qualifications and experience in each case. Whether each specified appointment was made in compliance with all the applicable legislation and/or regulations. If not, why not? If so, what are the relevant details? I now recognize the Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let's start with MDDA. The qualifications for the position of CEO were postgraduate or honors degree in relevant fields, including but not limited to community media, finance and economics, organizational leadership, development, and diversity studies. MBA or other master's degree, NQF level 9, would have been added advantage. The experience that was required, Chair, was at least 6 to 8 years of senior management experience, of which 5 years of that should be at an executive level in fields such as broadcasting and creative industry, community media, social labor and development issues, and funding, advertising and marketing, journalism and broadcast programming, media research, media training, literacy and education, media law, information and community technology policy. Vetting procedures were followed to verify qualification and experience in each case. Qualification verifications, vetting procedures were followed in verifying qualifications when appointing the CEO conducted by an independent service provider. Experience verifications, vetting procedures were followed in verifying experience when appointing the CEO conducted by an independent service provider. Furthermore, the MDDA conducted a comprehensive credibility checks for the current CEO that included criminal records, ID verification, and credit checks. Whether each specified appointment was made in compliance with all applicable legislation or relevant regulation. Yes, the recruitment process followed by the MDDA board for the appointment of the CEO conforms to legislation and or regulated provisions set below. The MDDA Act enjoins the board to appoint a person qualified and experienced in accounting and financial matters, and insofar as possible qualified or experienced in the field set out in this section as Chief Executive Officer of the agency, possess suitable qualification, expertise, experience in fields such as community media, social labor, developmental issues, media economics, financial management, funding, advertising, marketing, journalism, broadcast programming, media research, media training, literacy, and education, media law, and communication technology. On Brand SA, Chair, with respect to the appointment process of each current Chief Executive Officer of each entity that reports to her, what specific academic qualifications and competencies were required. These qualifications are complemented by specialized training in project management, export processes, international trade marketing, and communication, enabling them to navigate complex global economic environment with confidence and expertise. We must indicate that the CEO of Brand SA has extensive executive experience in investment promotion and designation marketing for economic development and investment promotion, having served in multiple strategic roles across both private and the public sector. He was acting CEO of the Freeport Saldanha Industrial Development, a position he held while on secondment from the Industrial Development Corporation before he was appointed special advisor to the former Premier of KwaZulu-Natal.
Order, Speaker, order.
Order, honorable members. Yes, honorable member, what is your point of order? Order, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I cannot hear the member. Please proceed, honorable member.
Thank you very much. The minister is reading and is reading from a cell phone, constantly reading. He's not even talking to the subject matter. The rules say that they must at least look up. He's not even looking up. What is this?
Honorable member, that's not a point of order. Please continue, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable members, may I request you? Honorable members, may I request you that this is a question that has been transferred from written to oral reply that contains a lot of information. Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, may you proceed, please? And may I ask also the indulgence of the House to pay due attention to the response so that when you make your follow-up question, you will be better informed as to where you want to focus on. Deputy Minister?
Chairperson, I don't know if I'm expected to memorize CVs of people.
No, just proceed, Honorable Deputy Minister.
To say the least. So thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me end here.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Meiberg. I think the Honorable Potgieter, you're taking the question on behalf of the Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Deputy Minister, for trying to give us a response. I would just like to find out from you, controversies have plagued entities such as the MDDA, who vastly exceeded the permissible allowed 25% on employee costs in 21 and 22, as well as Brand South Africa, which previously faced costly legal proceedings related to its top management, among other things. Would the Minister, and by virtue the Deputy Minister, agree that any failure to procedurally appoint competent and qualified CEOs is a severe breach in trust that members of the public have in their capabilities to lead the department?
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
I think I concur 100%, Chairperson, and I don't think that we are in a position where we would appoint people that are incompetent. Thank you very much, or that do not meet the required criterion for appointment. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Gama.
Thank you. Thank you very much, House Chair. Minister, I think what you are indicating is that the new cadre of management is not going to cause the issues that were caused by the previous management. Can you share with this House what competencies, not qualifications, but competencies are required in order to have a cadre of leadership which is capable of leading these entities on a sustainable basis while making sure that they significantly promote and develop the agenda of the country? Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
No, Chairperson, I think we've spoken about those competencies, but we can take the discussion further. The type of competencies that we require are individuals who are ethical, who have understanding of their specialized field, who are committed to clean, ethical administration, who are incorruptible, and who are committed to excellence in the execution of their responsibilities. As I said, the qualifications and the criterion of these individuals speak for themselves. Thank you very much.
The next supplementary question will be taken by the Honorable Montwedi.
Thank you, House Chair. I will take the question on behalf of the Honorable Montwedi. Deputy Minister, since you talk so much about integrity and honorableness, I must at least say thank you that you haven't referred us to Google to go and see what the definition is, like your colleague had done. But Deputy Minister, in cases where the appointment of a chief executive officer in entities reporting to your department was found to be non-compliant with applicable legislation or regulatory frameworks, what corrective action has been taken? Can you please cite a specific example of an irregular CEO appointment and clarify to us whether any such appointments have been subject to legal challenge, internal audit findings, or formal review processes? And if so, what were the outcomes of these interventions? Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, Chairperson, I think—
Honorable Deputy Minister, can you just speak into the microphone, please?
Well, Chairperson, I think we must first start with Brand SA. The appointment of the CEO of Brand SA has not been legally challenged. And there are consequently no reason for any form of recourse. And let me take it further. With respect to the appointment of the CEO of MDDA, there is a legal challenge. But there's an established protocol in this House that matters that are sub judice must first be exhausted by competent courts of laws. So we are saying of law. So we are saying that this matter is sub judice, and we would not want to further engage on it. But we have met with the board. I met with the board 2 months ago, and I got an undertaking that the board fully supports the appointment and is fully fair with the requirements and the criterion of this appointment. So the answer is that the MDDA position of CEO is currently under legal challenge, and we would not want to make further pronouncements in this regard.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Zibi.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I just wanted to ask the Honorable Deputy Minister whether they have had any consultations or concerns about the fact that the State Security Agency, which is responsible for the vetting of officials, appears to take an inordinately long time to process the vetting of officials, to the extent that allegations of malfeasance emerge before people have been vetted while they are in position, even though Cabinet has years ago taken a decision that the chief executives of state entities and senior government officials must be vetted. Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Zibi, we concur with you that the delay in the vetting process has got far-reaching implications for the expeditious completion of the recruitment process. We also wish to reiterate that these are discussions that are currently ensuing with the state security to make sure that there's improved response to the vetting process. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, the other questions that were transferred from written to oral reply have since been replied to, and the members have received their responses. If you get the green paper that contains the responses to questions, it will be published in there. Honorable members, I now request you to stand and wait for the presiding officer and the mace to leave the chamber. That concludes the business for the day, and the House is adjourned.